initiate chaos theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only waits us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Only another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All above the Betty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. I come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Betty Express. In a beautiful darkness.
Well, welcome back. I sent Nick the invite, so he'll probably be popping on any time here. I just saw the court go pop on. So Nick and I were speculating that we will probably be seeing a request for a mistrial from the defense, regardless of if it is honored, at least to put it on the record, because they're really. Oh, he did. Oh, damn it. I hope he was surrounded by family and at peace. He seemed like he had been in a lot of pain.
Hey,
Howdy.
howdy. No news.
I saw like the door open, you know how you can see the door open or something. We saw that, but they've just put this on.
Oh yeah, and I saw Scott Adams, the creator of Dilbert, passed away.
Yeah, I just did a story this morning where they had announced that he'd gone into hospice. So
Yeah.
I'm glad he's no longer in pain, but I know that's a deep loss for a lot of people like me who liked him and appreciated his cartoons and commentary.
Yeah, and I know about the rants he gave a few years ago, but that doesn't mean Dilbert wasn't genius.
Yeah, I mean, it thoroughly taught me that I was not fit for an office.
Yeah, and folks, labor and employment law for many, many years, mainly within heavy industry. But yeah, I met more than a few of the Dilbert boss, completely clueless. Hey, let's implement this thing. And why? Because I said so.
Yeah, and I'm guessing we are going to get another ask for a mistrial. I don't think you can fix this. And I'm trying to be objective here because I'm trying to think like the judge. But we've already had so much emotional testimony.
And this will be the second. I mean, one, but stuff happens, but this, the first motion from this trial, since he denied the Brady, he had to go by the other, which meant that witness had to go. This is not caused, well, it is caused by the prosecution or the state, in my opinion, but not in the contents of this trial. So
But that's why it's so insidious. It's almost worse because this puts on, they know they have a shitty case. This puts unspoken, implied social pressure on the jury.
Yeah, and if this becomes a mistrial without prejudice, then it all starts over. And the prosecution can go out on local media and continue to push the narrative.
Yeah. So the defense has to be weighing, what does the jury look like? Do they look like they're paying attention? And they've got better eyes on this. They've got better kind of feel of what the general feeling is in the courtroom.
Oh. Yeah, it needs to end better than yesterday. Well, it might end within the next half hour.
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of instruction can you give against this emotional outburst, which more or less means for the jury, how am I supposed to go out in Corpus Christi, possibly facing these people? Because that woman have seen their faces.
Yeah. And that's the sneaky pressure that I really don't like, because it's not there enough for it to seem calculated, but it's implied. It's that little hesitation when they say, okay, the state didn't prove it, but what are we going to say to the parents? It's that, but what are we going to say? They're putting that in their mind. That should not be in their mind, but they are constantly throwing it in their face and making it part of their equation. I don't know. I don't have ads on on my live, so you shouldn't be getting ads. I don't. YouTube is weird.
Oh, and before everything starts, remember, folks, hit the thumbs up. It's going to get harder the longer we are in this trial. And here are the stuff to like a stream with this trial. But this here is the part that you do the thumbs up for, not the prosecution's fuster clock.
And if you have to dip out, you guys know I do breakdowns. Depending on, the last witness, I'll do it in the morning. So I usually get those out before the next day. So you guys will have a breakdown, 20 minutes, kind of going through all the witnesses, because I understand this is a hard trial and having to take moments off.
Wait a minute, JK Buck. I clicked on the notification for this stream and YouTube gave me a bra ad. Yeah, it's the boob cam. It's the boob cam. We are talking about boob cams too much. So they are listening. Yeah, bras.
Makes sense. I'd much rather talk about boobs in this case.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Now I got distracted.
I will say I have noticed today, because I've been keeping an eye on the judge, because honestly, to distract myself from the kind of emotional testimony, I'm really watching. The judge is very carefully watching the jury.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
I don't know where the state's going. I feel like we're going to hear from like a geometry teacher from 1973 and like the guy who installed the locks, maybe the scientist that invented magnets.
Yeah.
Also,
first
the
of
woman
all,
wouldn't have gone off if she went off after the prosecutor did that really sneaky thing. So when you're in a field, you don't need a map. You don't need a key. You just shoot him.
Yeah. Knowing full well that this happened much later with the map and the key and the thing.
I think this judge has seen better trials. This judge has not. I think he's been around for a while. I think he's seen complex cases handled better. I think he's upset at how the state is handling this. Or he's part of the machine. I don't know. I mean, he seemed to be pretty balanced and pretty fair this entire trial. And my guess is the defense has taken note of her outburst coming after the state prosecutor basically said, like, he didn't need a map when he was outside. He didn't need keys. There wasn't a fatal funnel in a field. Yeah, it's hard to judge. I try not to apply to malice what could be any other thing. I try not to genuinely, first opinion, assume someone's doing something for nefarious reasons. I do try to give people the benefit of the doubt. And it's Trenton, that seems reasonable to me. But this case doesn't seem to be anything about reason or logic. I do think that this morning the defense really did a good job with the dad and getting the dad, who was an officer, to kind of corroborate some of their timeline at least.
Mm-hmm.
I really wish we would be able to listen in on some of this stuff.
Yep.
It will be interesting if and when a transcript is available, what went on in sidebars. And I am glad that the state, the defense, and the judge all agreed to keep certain files sealed. We don't need the autopsy photos. We don't need any of that. So I hope those stay sealed. Like they did in, I think, the Idaho case. So you can get the transcripts, but you aren't allowed to get the more gruesome, I think, crime scene photos and things like that.
I'm checking social media about commentary regarding this trial, and
Yeah, because I think Runkle's the only, well, and Lawyer is covering it, but I think he does a more condensed in the evening along with Runkle.
Yeah. I mean, let's see here.
And I get it. This isn't an easy trial.
Megan Cuniff. But she has less viewers than we have.
Oh.
Crime Talk, also less. Yeah, I mean, except from Actual Law and Crim and the news stations. Yeah, it's the news stations. But, oh, shit. We have to watch out. KSAT 12 is streaming this, so we might expect copyright claims.
Yes, sir. My name
KSAT 12 is the
Lisa
news
H.
station in
from
Texas who are copyright claiming everything.
Can you tell us where you live
Okay.
I live in
I'll
Uvalde,
keep it.
Texas.
and how long have you lived there?
So we just went into a new witness. We didn't ask for. Okay.
Yeah, but 15 minutes late, they might have had done this outside the presence of camera. Okay. All right. Yeah, I assume they're going to do that. They have asked for it and been denied.
Please be seated in the courtroom. Members of the jury, the state has called its next witness in the case, who is under oath. So you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Teresa H. Samaripa.
And Ms. Amaripa, can you tell us where you live?
I live in Uvalde, Texas.
And how long have you lived there?
28 years.
And are you employed there?
Yes, sir, I am.
Can you tell us who employs you in Uvalde?
I work with the Southwest Texas College Law Enforcement Academy.
Okay. Southwest Texas College,
Yes, sir.
and is it exclusively a law enforcement academy?
It's part of the college. It's one of the programs the college offers.
Is the law enforcement academy?
Yes, sir.
And what is y'all's general purpose?
We train students to become peace officers.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
To training students to become police officers, is there also continuing education?
Correct. There is additional training for the officers in the surrounding areas to take additional trainings to keep up with their 40 hours per 2 years.
You said to keep up with the 40 hours. Would you explain that to us?
The officers need to have a requirement of 40 hours every 2 years to keep their licenses activated.
And you and this department help provide that continuing education.
We provide classes for them.
And is there a supervising agency or department that supervises law enforcement training in the government?
I didn't
In
understand.
other words, do you report your training to somebody?
Yes, sir. We report them to TICO, which is the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement.
And what records do you report to TICO?
We report in-service hours that are trainings that we provide to the officers, and we also report the cadets that complete the course, so they could also be certified officers.
And does TICO require proof of the type of courses being presented?
Yes, sir.
Do they have certain requirements for each course that is presented?
They have the guidelines that we need to follow to be able to provide those courses.
And they approve the course before it's presented, is that correct?
The courses for the BPOC program, the Basic Peace Officer,
Yes, ma'am, and how about continuing education? Do you also report to them on your on your continuing education?
yes, sir, we report those hours to TICO.
How is it that you get your people to lecture in this continuing education?
The coordinator assigns an instructor for the class that we're gonna be teaching.
And do they have to have certain requirements for TICO to accept them?
Yes, sir.
And tell us what that is.
Well, they have to have a basic peace officer certification to be able to teach a class. And then it's up to the coordinator to decide if they qualify to be able to teach that certain class.
And so tell us what your part in this work is as far as training officers in continuing education. What do you do?
I'm an office manager for this law enforcement academy. And what I do is they tell me what course they're gonna have. I need to prepare all paperwork for it. And then I need to be also, when they finish the paperwork, I need to verify that everything is correct and in file. And then the coordinator approves that, and then I report that to TICO.
And does TICO audit your work?
They do.
And so do y'all maintain the records that you have on training, continuing education?
Yes, sir. For in-service training, we need to keep records up to 7 years.
And that's part of the regular course of business for this department, is it not?
Correct.
And is the information provided to you by someone with personal knowledge of the events?
Yes, sir.
And do you also review, as part of your work, maybe ancillary, TICO reports or TICO Does TICO keep records of law enforcement officers, is a better way to say it?
TICO keeps record of all. actually.
Excuse me?
TICO keeps records of everyone's certification.
Every police officer certification?
Yes.
And that's where you go to find out if somebody is certified or not,
That's, yes,
and if they're a basic police officer or not,
yes,
as well as their training.
correct.
And you reviewed those kind of reports a
Yes.
number of times?
Yes, sir. If the coordinator says we're gonna have a certain class, he asks me to run their PSR, which is their personal status report. And it indicates all the classes, all their licenses, what they're certified in, and then all the classes they've taken.
And have you done that kind of running the PSR, the personal status report, for Adrian Gonzalez?
When I was asked to, yes.
And does Adrian Gonzalez, did he train also for your school?
What happens is that the departments sometimes request that we need a certain class, and it's up to the coordinator to say we have the class or not. And in this case, the school district was requesting to have a certain class, and the coordinator said, yes, we're good to have this class. So he gave me the paperwork, said, let's get started. We started posting, and then we started getting all the paperwork ready for that training.
And was the trainer that was selected Adrian Gonzalez?
On record, yes,
And do you know Adrian Gonzalez?
yes,
And is he the man sitting at the far end of the defense table?
yes, sir.
We'll stipulate. Thank you, Your Honor. And so you've talked to me about you gather all of the paperwork for the training, is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And then as training day comes, do you have additional duties?
Just make sure I hand all the paperwork. If it's in-house in the office area, I make sure I give the paperwork to the instructor. Or if it's off our area, out of our area, I give that to the coordinator so he can take that over to wherever the training is taking place.
And how do you keep up with who attends the course?
I see the sign-in sheets.
Excuse me?
I see the report of training and the sign-in sheets.
That paperwork is all given back to you as well?
Yes, sir.
And then what do you do with the paperwork?
And then once I check attendance, I check everybody that signed in on the reported training and everybody that signs in on the attendance sheet for the AM and the PM, because if it's an 8-hour training, we do 2 sign-in sheets. One for the morning session, one for the afternoon. So, I just verify all the attendance signatures are on all paperwork.
Okay. So is it safe to say that you take care of the paperwork for the continuing education for law enforcement from start to finish?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
So in showing you exhibits 1027 through 1035, do you recognize what that document is?
Let me get my other glasses, please. Where do you want me to see?
Can you tell me what that document is?
This is a personal status report, the PSR report for Mr. Adrian Gonzalez.
The same man in the courtroom today, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
State offers exhibit 1027 through 1035.
We tendered this earlier, Your Honor. Yeah, just do each page.
What did he fail like cop trigonometry?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it's a pretty big wrench Reach if we're going into his training files.
Yeah.
Thank you, JKD Buck. Yeah, there has to be a reason.
After speaking with the defense, they would prefer that I offer this as one document. I have no objection to offer it. States Exhibit 1027 as the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement Personnel Status Report.
We got no objections presented there, Judge.
All right, submitted.
May we display that to the jury?
Yes.
Starting with page 1, on the top left, at the top, it shows that this is a personnel status report. Is that correct?
Correct,
And it's for Adrian Gonzalez.
correct.
And the next section, could you tell us what career and professional training is?
You're talking about the service history? Where?
Excuse me?
I'm sorry, what did you ask?
What is the section, the top section there, career and professional training?
Oh, okay. It just, it says where he received his training hours. It's got institution, it's got Southwest Texas Junior College. He has 83 college credits. The total higher educational hours are 83 hours. And then it says total higher educational points, 1,660 hours. Total military hours is 0, so the total is 1,660 hours.
Okay. So there's a difference between education hours and total higher education points?
Mhm.
Is that just TCO assigns a number of points to each educational credit hour?
It means that he submitted his college, Southwest Texas College transcript to TCO, and they recorded 83 hours.
Thank you. The next section is service history,
Okay, yes, sir?
and does it indicate how long Adrian Gonzalez has been a police officer?
Yes, sir. It indicates when the service started and when the service ends.
And what was Adrian Gonzalez's first work with law enforcement?
He started back in 2010. He started working as a peace officer for the Uvalde Police Department. And the service ended on 7/16/2021. And then he went to work for the school district starting July 19th of 2021 through November 18th of 2022.
And you say the school district, is that the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And so was he working there on May 24th, 2022
Yes, sir.
as a police officer?
Yes.
So how many total years did he have with the Uvalde Police Department?
It shows here with the Uvalde Police Department as 10 years, 10 months.
And with the school district?
1 year, 4 months.
Thank you.
Mhm.
If you'll now go to the second page,
Okay.
award information. Could you tell us what information is contained in that?
What is contained in that is his level of certification. Whether he's a basic peace officer, intermediate officer, advanced officer, master peace officer license, and the school-based law enforcement officer.
And those certifications that you just read out, Adrian Gonzalez has each of those.
Yes, sir.
Not just the basic peace officer, but all the way up to master peace officer,
Correct.
as well as certified as a school-based law enforcement officer.
Correct.
Thank you. And then we have a major section called courses completed.
Mhm.
What are we speaking about here?
That is, that's where the officers take all in-service trainings. It starts with the very last training that they've had all the way to the beginning.
So it starts with the most current,
It starts with the most current, yes, sir.
so it kind of goes in reverse order.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
And if you would, could you go down to the bottom of page 2,
Okay,
and could you tell us what course that is?
that is the SBLE active shooter training that was held on December 17th of 2021.
And how many hours credit did Adrian Gonzalez get for taking the active shooter training course in December of 2021?
8 hours.
And was that at your institution?
No, well, we report,
Reported it.
yes, sir. I believe that, yes, that's what it says, Southwest Texas Junior College, LEA.
And that's your group?
Mhm.
Thank you. And on the next page, page 3,
Okay,
at the top, school-based law enforcement training.
Mhm.
Is that also at your,
No, sir.
okay, where was that?
That was taught at the Texas State University Texas School Safety Center.
Thank you. And then, to finish out 2021, is there a total number of unit hours that he took that year?
Yes, sir.
And how many was that?
101.
Thank you. Going to the bottom of page 3,
Mhm.
are you familiar with who the Middle Rio Grande Law Enforcement Academy is?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us who that is?
That is us. We used to be called the Middle Rio Grande Law Enforcement Academy, and then we switched our name over to Southwest Texas College Law Enforcement Academy.
Okay. And so, can you tell us course number 2050? I think it's the 4th line from the bottom, what that course is?
2050 is the very first one on that. The SWAT class, other than 3301 or 3310, is that? The class is 2050. That's the course number, 2050.
And what is SWAT?
SWAT stands for, I don't remember,
That's
sorry.
fine, that's fine.
Okay.
How many hours of SWAT training did he get?
He received 60 hours of training.
Thank you. And the next page, about halfway down, I'm looking for course numbers 3305.
Okay, I want you guys to remember, as she stated, they're going backwards. These are further in the past. These are not current. The further back she goes, the earlier in his cop career did he have these trainings. And he only had one active shooter within the last year. Also, this woman doesn't know what SWAT means. Like, it's not my wheelhouse, but I would think she would know at least. Being at a cop college, I think we found the problem.
Okay?
They don't even know
Do you
what the
see
hell
those?
SWAT
Yes, sir.
is.
And could you tell us what the first 3305 states?
It's active shooter response First class was on 4/13/2018 for 40 hours with the Middle Rio Grande LEA.
And was there a second training for active shooter response?
Yes, sir. There was an active shooter response on February 27th of 2018 at Texas Department of Public Safety, LEA.
And the 3310 just below that?
It's the SWAT in-service training on January 30th of 2018 for 8 hours at the Uvalde Police Department.
And what is in-service training?
In-service is the trainings that we do for the officers.
Thank you. Going to page number 5.
Okay?
The last two courses that were reported by Adrian Gonzalez.
Okay?
Course numbers 3310, could you tell us what those were?
It was a SWAT in-service training on October 22nd, 2015 with the Uvalde Police Department training roster. And then 3310 was also done on SWAT in-service training on 9/15/2015, 8 hours with the Uvalde Police Department training rosters.
Thank you. Turning next to page 7, toward the top. Is there a course entitled 2050?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell us what that was?
That was the SWAT class, SWAT, other than 3301 course or 3310.
And when was it taught?
This was done in November 22 of 2013 for 60 hours with the Middle Rio Grande Law Enforcement Academy.
60 hours?
Mhm.
Thank you. And page 7, toward the bottom, 4 lines up, I'm looking at course number 3301.
Mhm.
Could you tell us what that was?
Yes, sir. Basic SWAT course on October 12 of 2012 for 60 hours by the Middle Rio Grande Law Enforcement Academy.
Thank you. And so then, the last page, page 9, under total hours,
Yes, sir.
there's 2 sections there. Can you tell us what those 2 sections are and for how many hours he was given credit?
Okay, the totals hours were 1,948. It says total career professional hours, 1,660. And then total TICO course hours was 1,948 for a total hour of 3608.
So 1,948 specifically 2 TICO approved courses.
Correct.
And at the bottom, is that the certification to show that TICO issued this document?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So in addition to Adrian Gonzalez taking some classes from y'all, I believe you testified earlier that he also trained for y'all. Is that correct?
He was an instructor in one of our classes, yes.
And did you provide us the paperwork for that class that he trained?
Yes, sir.
And I'll show you State's Exhibit 927 and ask you if this is the instructional lesson plan that Adrian Gonzalez provided.
Okay, this was updated by my coordinator. He's the one that composed this together.
Okay, and who was the instructor of this course?
It shows here instructors were Adrian Gonzalez and Mike Hernandez.
And that would be the same Adrian Gonzalez as the man that's here.
Yes, sir.
And while you're saying, I guess you're saying he didn't create the document, but this is what he taught.
Yes, sir. That document was given to me from my coordinator.
State Office Exhibit 927. It is marked a number of ways, but I'm going to offer this 927.
Your Honor, may I take the witness very briefly on board,
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name's Gary Hillier. I've got a couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir.
We'll, if I'm speaking too fast, just let me know. I was going to ask you a couple of questions about this document
Yes,
that
sir.
the prosecutor just handed you. Did you get a chance to review it?
I didn't review it right now, but I believe that's the lesson plan objectives for that class.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness very briefly? Yeah, that's correct. Now, I just want to, in the interest of fairness, I just want to show it to you.
Okay?
Right. So I think it's been marked as various numbers, but I think the intention is to enter it as 927. Do you
Okay.
understand it?
Sure, not at all, no problem.
So I think, Bill, is that right? We're not doing individual pages?
That's correct.
So it's just been marked as this number. So I believe you said this is in a lesson plan, right?
Yes,
So is it your testimony that you had anything to do with putting this together?
I did not put that together.
So you've got, and when I say that, I mean putting the information on the pages?
No, that is something the coordinator does.
Right, okay, that's what I wanted to. So you've got no personal knowledge of any of the contents of this document?
Correct,
It's just that it exists?
yes.
In that case, Your Honour, we have no objection to 927 as labelled.
Submitted.
And so just to be clear, this is part of y'all's official business records, correct?
Correct,
Y'all keep these records because it is something that TICO will be auditing,
yes,
and so you maintain the accuracy of it,
yes,
and it is presented by people who do have personal knowledge.
yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'm going to do the same thing and hand you State's Exhibit 927 so you can refer to that.
Okay.
Starting on page 1, if we could, could you tell the jury what the course that Adrian Gonzalez taught for y'all?
It was the active shooter for school-based law enforcement, number 2195.
And did he have a co-teacher?
Yes, sir. It was Mike Hernandez.
And how many hours did he train in active shooter?
It doesn't indicate here. It says the course is a limit of 8 hours to 10 hours.
Thank you. And on that same page, does it state what the purpose of the instruction is?
Instructional materials, prerequisites. It does.
And would you tell us what the 6 goals and purposes of the instruction were?
The first goal was history of active shooter events and training requirements, priorities of actions for school-based law enforcement. Number 3 is stop the killing, solo response to active shooter events. Number 4 is unified response. Number 5 is stop the down.
Unified. Unified? Again, at this point, can we bring the Federal Education Department to the stand?
Transitioning to first aid and evacuate of the injured. Number 6 is active shooter scenario trainings and evaluations.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And then, can you tell us what the next topic is found on page 2?
This one is, the subject is the active shooter response for school-based law enforcement. It's got the learning objectives to each area that they will be working on.
And the third learning objective is what?
The student will be able to compare, contrast an active shooter event and a hostage or barricade crisis.
And then the fifth learning objective, 2 down?
Is the student will be able to identify expectations of school-based law enforcement officers during an active shooter event.
And the next learning objective?
The student will be able to identify response prioritized during school shootings.
And then the very next one, please.
The student will be able to explain the need to potentially adopt a solo response to an active shooter event.
Thank you. And then from there on, does it talk a lot about tactical operations that are the learning objectives in addition to what you just discussed?
Yes, sir.
Turning to section 1.2, that section being historic active shooting. What is the first historic active shooting that was discussed?
The student will be able to discuss HB 2195, 86 regular session, and require law enforcement training requirements under the act.
And the next paragraph?
It says,
I have to object. I'm sorry, but one, it's not relevant. Two, this is the wrong witness to be testifying about the contents of this document. She's already said that she has no knowledge of the actual words that are on the page other than she's the person who can prove it up. We have the wrong witness discussing that document. That's my objection.
It's the business records, Your Honor, that we're reviewing, and they've already been approved. We submitted these months ago, and there was no objection.
I agree with that.
For the document, not for the witness.
The witness has already said, Your Honor, that she has no personal knowledge of the contents of the records. The record exists, and that's what this witness is for. This is for the subject of another witness.
And this is reviewing the,
Yeah, it's in evidence, I'm gonna overrule the objection. You can inquire.
thank you, Your Honor.
What? But she just what?
But she can barely read. Let's be real. This woman can barely read. Why is she reading this?
I'm guessing she's reading this because the witness who is actually knowledgeable about this is somebody the prosecution desperately don't want to understand.
Yeah, why isn't Mike Hernandez on the stand explaining exactly what the hell they taught the students instead of this woman from the unified, division?
Yeah, I mean, being a custodian of a document does only mean that she can present the document, not the contents of the. Oh.
No idea. Maybe she's dyslexic. Who knows?
Mm.
And moving to 1.2, the Columbine High School shooting. And I'd ask you to look at the last line just before Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Could you tell us what that says?
the last line before that?
Yes, ma'am.
It says organizations such as the National Tactical Officer Association, which stands for NTOA, and Texas Tactical Police Officers Association, stands for TTPOA, started developing and delivering first responders based response tactics for active shooter situations. Programs like the Rapid Response to Active Shooter from the Alert Center in San Marcos, Texas, grew out of this period.
And if you will move now with me to 1.3,
Okay?
and then not the first sentence, just the second sentence. Does it describe what an active shooter event is?
An active shooter event involves one or more persons engaged in killing or attempting to kill people in an area occupied by multiple unrelated individuals.
And the next paragraph, the last sentence before the 2 bullet points.
The number of deaths in the active
mean,
shooter
the
event
cross-examination of this
primarily
witness
affected by 2
It's going to be
factors.
horrified because she will only say, I don't know.
How quickly the
If they have criticism of what is in there or anything of the sort, or if she, okay, do you know who actually trained the people in this? That's the manual.
Yeah, we haven't even ascertained if she's an LEO or a secretary. I mean, she says she's like a paperwork coordinator. She's not reading this like she has any understanding of what she's reading. That's why it's so stilted. It's not making sense to her. So, good Lord.
police or other armed response arrive and engage them, and how quickly the shooter can find the victims.
Thank you. Turning to the next page then, priority of action.
Okay?
Excuse me, I'm going to go all the way down to 2.2.
Okay?
Is there a section there under 2.2 called priority of life?
Yes, sir.
And would you read that paragraph for us?
Yes. First responders to the active shooter scene will usually be required to place themselves in harm's way and display uncommon acts of courage to save the innocent. First responders must understand and accept the role of protector and be prepared to meet violence with controlled aggression. The priority of life scale is used to guide first responders during the critical decision-making process that is required to effectively neutralize any threats. As first responders, you must recognize that innocent lives must be defended. A first responder unwillingly to place the lives of the innocent above their own safety should consider another career field.
And that came from Adrian Gonzalez's training.
This came from this training paperwork. I don't
And on the
know.
next page,
She
is
has
there a
no,
priority of
really
life
no
scale?
personal
Yes, sir.
And what is
knowledge
the priority of
whatsoever
life
about this. This
Innocent
is just reading
civilians,
into the record.
first responders,
And if you have a better witness,
and
they,
offenders.
oh,
very
this is
next
pissing me off.
Immediate decisive action by the school-based officer can have a dramatic impact on reducing.
Reading like this is why the only reason my goody two-shoes ass ever got in trouble, because holy crap, Hooked on Phonics worked for me. I was dyslexic and I can read at a normal pace now. For the love of goodness, try it. Sorry. This is why, Nick, I swear, this was the only reason I got in trouble. Because
Sure.
I was like
believe you.
today. Yes.
Casualties.
Thank you.
I wasn't allowed to read out loud because I read too good and made the other kid, well, some of the bad readers uncomfortable.
Same.
Hmm.
But then I had to listen to the bad readers.
Yeah.
And
And
I
all you
acted
wanted to
out.
do was look at the paper and say, I could make the half hour I just lost. I could have done in 5 minutes.
My teachers got mad because I read the textbook in a week. And they're like, read ahead a
Yeah.
chapter. I'm like, I already did. Do we have another book?
And
Yeah.
the paragraph right after that, it begins with "in the event."
In the event, you want me to read that
Yes,
paragraph?
ma'am, please.
In the event of an active shooter attack, school-based law enforcement officers should do the best that they can to fill the gaps until other first responders can arrive. That will probably mean adopting a solo response to the threat.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And without reading all the sentences, there's 3 bold statements, is that correct?
Correct.
But could you read the sentence just above it and then state what the 3 bolded words are?
Yes, sir. Officers have 3 primary goals in responding to an active attack on their schools. These goals are isolate, distract, and neutralize.
Thank
Yeah, good question.
you.
His
Just a couple more, but on the
from-
page 7,
tree fish.
2.3.
They are skipping entire sections in this.
They're just
Could you read
cherry
the first
picking,
sentence?
going
Yeah.
solo.
The student will be able to identify responders' priorities during school shootings.
In the next sentence,
Officers responding to an active shooter event should be working through the following list of priorities during an event.
and the first priority,
Is stop the killing.
and what does it say about stop the killing?
Officers' first priority is to move in and confront the attacker. This must include bypassing the injured and not responding to cries for help from children.
Okay, so the state endorses Adrian telling, like, the witness, go F yourself. Because at this point, according to the training, bypass crazy hysterical lady, run toward gunshots.
Yeah, which is in violation of his other training, the Oompa thingy,
Yeah, the OODA loop.
OODA loop.
And the
Okay,
next,
so we can determine
Stop.
that whoever wrote this had. I wonder who wrote that.
Well,
It-
yeah.
It
because
seems like a
let's-
reactive instruction, not actually analyzed.
Well, yeah, again, it's a balancing act. Yes, you want to stop the killing. You want to stop, the dying. But that has to be balanced. And the way this is written, it forgets
Means
that several things
yeah.
can be done at the same time. So he can be, okay, hysterical lady, fine, I see you. I'm running this way. You get inside.
Yeah. And at that time, I don't know why this secretary is allowed to present this, because she does not have the training or the analyticals to assess this as a training manual, only as a piece of paper. And
Yeah,
how
and-
do you cross-examine her on this?
I don't even know. I mean, I guess you ask her, are you a cop? She says no. Do you have any experience in training? So you basically just read a paper. You have no idea what you just said.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
And I
About
mean,
the
if you
dying.
go by that first instruction, that would mean ignore everything and shoot at what you think is the threat. Well, remember the cop from earlier? In shorts and t-shirt, with a gun and a bulletproof vest? Yeah. If you ran around the corner and all you saw was a guy in shorts and t-shirt and a vest, and a gun, would you, according to this instruction, open fire?
Yeah. The problem is this is the very basic cliff notes, and I'm sure the instructor will probably be there to tell you, yes, stop the shooting. You're not a jackass, okay? Let's think about this. You have to be tactical. Because on paper it sounds like, screw you, witness, I'm running toward the... That's not exactly what they're asked to do.
And what does the first sentence say there?
Once the threat has been isolated, distract or neutralize, they should begin providing medical aid to those most seriously injured.
And the third priority?
Evacuate the injured.
And when do you evacuate the injured?
As soon as the scene can be secure, every effort should be made to quickly evacuate the severely injured to medical facilities where they can be properly treated, where they can get proper treatment.
And finally, Unit 3?
Stop the killing, solo response to active shooter events.
And the first sentence of 3.1?
The student will be able to explain the need to potentially adopt a solo response to an active shooter event.
And finally, the last paragraph on that page.
Time is the number one enemy during the active shooter response. The short duration and high casualty rates produced by these events require immediate response to reduce the loss of life. In many cases, the immediate response means a single solo officer response until such time as other forces can arrive. The best hope that innocent victims have in that officer's immediate move into action to isolate, distract, or neutralize the threat, even if that means one officer acting alone.
Thank you. And from there, we move into muzzle discipline and tactics. Is that correct?
Correct.
Pass the witness.
Hi again, Matt, it's me again. Have you ever testified in a trial like this before?
Never,
Have you testified in court before?
never.
You haven't, okay. And how are you feeling right now?
Okay, a little nervous, but okay.
No, that's understandable, and you're doing good. Again, my name's Gary Hillier. I've got a couple of questions for you, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to have to ask you a couple more because of some of the things that I objected to and the prosecutor asked you. But so
Okay.
I'm going to start generally with your role,
Okay.
if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Right? And if I'm speaking too fast or you don't understand me, please say, Gary, hold on, and I'll slow down
Okay,
because I've got a habit to do that. All right. So you've been employed at Southwest Texas College of Law Enforcement Academy
yes, sir.
right now.
Yes, sir.
And because on the records, some of the evidence that's gone back to jury, it's got different names in it. So that was formerly Middle Rio Grande Law Enforcement Academy.
Correct.
So when we see those two names, Bill, is the exhibit up there, by the way? Did you leave the exhibit up there? Yeah. No, may I approach the exhibit judge and just retrieve it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just going to come and grab the first. This is what I'm going to talk about, then we'll get
Okay.
back in a second. So when the jury sees those two notations for this learning institute, it's the same thing.
It's, yes,
It just changed its name.
we changed our name. Yes, sir.
I mean, like, is there a reason it changed its name? Or?
I don't know.
It doesn't matter. So either way, so your role, I believe that you said is, so you're the office manager for the Law Enforcement Academy, right?
Correct.
And so basically you are the person who is in charge of the records.
Correct.
And so like I said, that's, you don't know the contents of these lesson plans.
Correct.
I mean, you can read them if the prosecutor asks you to.
Yes.
But you're not testifying to say you have any knowledge of the subject matter in here.
Right,
Similarly, you've got no knowledge of any of these classes that are in this TCOL report.
but other than numbers and titles, that's it.
That's what I mean, other than the title, and TCOL is the Texas College of Law Enforcement, Texas Commission of Law Enforcement, right?
Correct,
And that collates for the whole state any training that a police officer does
yes,
that's reported.
yes,
There's a section on it, and the jury can see it because it will go back with them. It says any awards.
They get awarded a certain certification, yes.
Yeah.
They're the ones that,
And have you ever seen it? You've seen a lot of TCOL reports before.
yes.
Have you ever seen any with disciplinary action on them?
No,
But
I don't remember.
But if an officer is disciplined, it can go on the TCOL report.
It will, it should go
Right,
on there.
and you reviewed Adrian's.
Time back,
Judge, I'll approach the witness again.
right
ma'am.
now.
I'm going to give you the
Okay.
exhibit back. ma'am. I don't know that you have that from it. You see, there's no. You'd agree with me. There's no record of Adrian having been disciplined for anything in his TCOL report.
It, there's no record on there, I don't see one. It usually says not in compliance if they don't do their additional training hours.
So he's obviously in compliance with his training hours. It looks like that he has a lot of hours, and of course that report goes back over a decade, right?
I don't know how far it goes. It goes as far as when he started with his
Yeah.
license.
So I mean, obviously this incident happened in 2022, and the record I believe goes back to testified back to 2012.
This record goes back all the way to December 7th of 2029 when he completed the academy.
When it, what, 2029 or 2009?
I'm sorry, 12/7/2009.
So it goes back even further than 10 years. That's right. That's the point I was making. So that is a record of any training that Adrian has ever done as a police officer that is reported.
Correct,
And the reason for that is, of course, as you said, a police officer to keep their certification has to do a certain amount of hours every 2 years.
correct,
Right, and I think it's 40 hours you testified to.
yes,
Right, so you're not here to testify to the jury. You weren't present during any of this training.
correct,
No. You can't testify to the quality of that training.
correct.
You can't testify to its content.
Other than the paperwork that I received, but that's it.
No, and some of that, you'd agree, some of that training on that TCOL report was possibly done online, right?
I don't know how the coordinator got it.
But it's possible, right?
I don't know. I don't know if it was done by another instructor or the coordinator or what.
Because not all the courses on there are done from your agency.
Right,
So there are other, so someone does a class that your agency is involved in, your law enforcement agency or academy is involved in, right? And you collate all the paperwork to do with that, like you testified, correct? Coordinator, and if it's correct, you then submit it to TCOL.
once I check the paperwork that's returned back to me with signatures and all that information, yes,
Yeah, once it's correct. So for your academy, once it's correct, you report it to TCOL.
correct.
So the point I'm trying to make is that other agencies do training for law enforcement officers, right?
Yes, there's all over Texas.
Yeah, and we've looked at some of them, right, on the TCOL report that we've got there, and they're in control of their own curriculum and course content as well, similar to your agency, right?
Yes,
So I'm saying, are you aware that some of these classes, they get given code names? The prosecutor kept saying, course number 2050, what is that? That these other agencies or institutions will put training on for students that is done online. Are you aware of that?
some of these trainings must be done in person and some can be done
Right.
online.
Right, okay. So, I wanted to talk to you very briefly about how a person gets to be an instructor for one of these classes.
In order to be an instructor, to teach a class for us, they have to have a basic instructor certification.
Right, and so precisely, so that comes from TCOL itself.
Yes, that is a class that they take. It's a 40-hour class, number 1014, and then they submit that information and require and get a certification for that.
Yeah, and that is a certification, that's a general certification just to teach other adults who are police officers, right?
Correct.
That doesn't mean that you are a subject matter expert in something you're teaching, right? It just means that you have taken the TCOL authorized class in teaching.
To teach classes,
To
yes.
teach at any class.
I don't know about any class. The coordinator's the one that says he's qualified to teach a certain class. I don't.
And let's talk about that, because that I wanted to talk to you about the coordinator, because you said the coordinator a couple of times. Now, the coordinator is in your agency, right?
Yes.
So, because we've got two things going on here. We've got the training that's done through your law enforcement academy and other training that gets reported to TCOL, right?
Right.
So just to straighten that out. So in order for a police officer to be able to teach a TCOL sanctioned or authorized class, they have to do the TCOL 40-hour instruction class.
Correct.
And we've already had some testimony before the jury. It's almost like train the trainer, teach the teacher, right? And it's like, this is how you make pancakes. And this is so you then can teach people to do things.
Correct.
Right? And that could be teaching an officer about investigating sexual assault, right?
Right.
Could also be about reporting a crime,
Correct.
right? And it could also be at the other scale, firearms tactics. That's what we've got here. But by value of nature of having done that 40-hour TCOL instructors class, that just means that you are qualified to facilitate classes for TCOL. That's all that means, right?
Right.
And then going on from that, in your institution, because that's what you've got knowledge of, right? The coordinator is the person who decides if an instructor has the qualifications to teach a specific class.
Correct.
Right. And in this case, we've pointed out there's a couple of notations in there that Adrian has taught some active shooter classes for your academy. So I don't think you mentioned, who is the coordinator in your organization?
We have a different coordinator at the moment that this class was taught. This was updated by Mr. Johnny Field. He was our coordinator back in 21.
So Johnny Field, do you know who's working now?
He's working at the Uvalde County Sheriff's Office.
He's not the constable.
He's not a constable anymore.
He was the constable.
He
right?
was a constable.
So your testimony is that, going on from what the prosecutor said, that Johnny Field, who used to be the constable, was your training coordinator.
He was also my academy coordinator.
And Constable Field also taught classes for your academy, right?
Correct.
He didn't teach this one with Adrian, but he's taught others with Adrian.
So
I don't know about that.
there is a
but I know
natural person who should be being on the stand testifying about this, and the prosecution chose her instead.
Yeah, is that because he is not a constable? What that he's affiliated with Uvalde, so it would seem.
I don't know, but this is an active choice by the prosecution to not have him, and there has to be a reason for it. And
Yeah, they've had a lot of these because you would think the natural people that they would bring on would be the officers that were, on the scene with Adrian, because we've really gotten no first person account of what the situation was from another law enforcement officer.
Yeah, we only heard from people who came there much later, and of the law enforcement, I mean. And now you have this poor woman testifying about a class she's never taught. It's so weird.
It's really not making sense. And again, you might have had training in this, but there are unique factors that are going to adjust every reaction.
that he he oversaw this class.
All right, and so so it'll be, because again, I know it's not you, right? It's Constable Field who is doing another role for the agency. Your academy would see whether or not this person has the prior requisites to be able to teach this class.
Right,
So a lot of that is based on Mr. Field or Constable Field or Deputy Field's judgment and decision making, right?
correct.
Okay, and you have no idea whether Adrian was qualified to teach his class or not. Constable Field said he was, so he got a chance to do it.
Yes, sir.
All right, and so, and I appreciate you clearing that up. So, and these, and we're, very briefly, we'll finish with the TCOL thing, then we're going to go on to the next exhibit.
Okay,
And so what we're looking at is the PSR, it's called a Personal Status Report, right?
yes, sir.
And that is it. So that, if it's not on that PSR, it didn't happen for that officer. Right.
Correct.
So if they've had training that is authorized by any law enforcement academy or agency in Texas, it goes on that report.
Correct.
Right. So if it's not on that report, it didn't happen.
Correct.
Because the prosecutor made you read something out from. Judge, may I approach the witness to retrieve, it's 927.
Yes.
Actually, 927, if I may, ma'am.
This one right here. Okay.
This is if I may, Parson. Mr. Turner asked you to read some things out. And we're going to visit about it in a second. So the prosecutor, I'm going to draw your attention to page 3 of State's Exhibit 927. I'm sorry to make you do this again, but I'm going to ask you to read a couple of things out, if I may, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to read, and I think Mr. Turner asked you to read this out. I'm going to ask you to read, and I'm pointing your attention to the bottom of page 3, the last sentence of 1.2, which discusses the incident at Columbine High School. If you could just read that last sentence out.
Okay. It says programs like the Rapid Response to Active Shooter from the Alert Center in San Marcos, Texas, grew out of this period.
Right, thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm going to leave you with this because I would like you to have a look at the Adrian's PSR, which is this very detailed training record. So, alert. Are you aware that that stands for Advanced Law Enforcement Rapid Response Training?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that there is nowhere on Adrian's training record that he ever had any training from Alert.
I'm looking at the list of classes that he has taken.
So you never actually took that class? They read through a class he never took or was
Well,
ordered to take?
well, yeah, so I guess I'm having a question, and if anyone knows, is it kind of like the laser, like everyone, the 3D laser, it has like a brand name, but there's other companies? Is Alert like one company that teaches training, but there can be other companies that can?
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to understand this, because if he didn't have Alert, what the hell are we doing here?
Yeah.
But the state made a big point that he had done like SWAT training and school related shooter. So did they just make up their own Alert so they wouldn't have to pay Alert? If we have gone through 6 days of this torture and the state knew he didn't have Alert training, I'm gonna lose it. And remember, every time she flips a page, that's further in the past.
No, sir, I don't see an alert class in here.
We don't see an alert class in there. That's because, and again, like we said, and I've asked this already, if a police officer, a licensed police officer has training, it gets put on that record.
Correct.
If it's not on that record, that means that someone hasn't had that training.
That's what it indicates.
So we can conclude and we can say to this jury here today that Adrian has never had any training from the alert center in San Marcos or any alert training according to his record, right?
Yes, sir.
So
So you agree
they
that
are
if
reading
anyone
from
was to
alert
judge him by
training,
alert
which he
standards,
never
that's
took.
inappropriate, right?
Yeah, which makes me wonder again, did they copy and paste an alert manual that they got, but they didn't want to pay the company affiliated?
Yeah.
And so they didn't want to pay company facilitators and for actual training? Where
Yeah,
was Uvalde's money going?
Yeah. What the for the seriously?
I feel like we need to put the Runkle light up and we need to get him away from his job just so he can sit and be angry with us.
Yeah, folks, Ian Runkle of the Bailey, his goal is to have his income from YouTube so he can represent people for free. You go help him. Go help him.
Yes, we need him on the daily so he can look at me and
Yeah.
tell me that I'm not crazy. Okay, Kylie says, but alert is a newer standard for them. It definitely sounds like modified in-house training. You'd be shocked how much these cost. The
Yeah.
AA. Well, and that's what I'm wondering, because if this goes all the way, again, if they were too cheap to pay for the actual training that
Yeah.
would have had, like the officers pretending to be the pew-pewer and tactical thinking,
This
this is neglect of the officers, though. This
Yeah.
puts it.
And here's the thing. This is in my wheelhouse, employment and labor law. When it comes to licensed training, first of all, if you use that unlicensed, you're in trouble with the insurance company because you are using unauthorized material. Second of all, you can never be certified in unauthorized, non-licensed, in an unlicensed. If there is a license to the product, you still use it by an uncertified teacher. That cannot be applied because they can't guarantee that the training is according to the manual because it's not licensed. The person who trains has not been trained by them. For fuck's sake.
Is the state trying to throw this? I keep feeling like the state walks up and, you're like a little kid and he's like, I did great. I did great. Like me before my spelling test. And then I got it back and it was all F's. But like that undeserved confidence of me pretending I know math and spelling.
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking, just as Trinton says, yeah, if the insurance company, because if there are civil suits going on and people are using the school insurance company to get protection, and then they find out, people or the police or whatever's, the insurance is, the insurance company will go, oh, fuck no. We ain't paying for this.
It was proposed for adoption in 2024, but they don't know if it's been finalized. So I'm sorry, 2026. So he would have gotten the training possibly this year.
Yeah.
Again, at this point,
I don't do legal advice. I can't by law recommend, but I would be insanely surprised after this trial if victims weren't going after the school and going after the supervisors who apparently did unlicensed training of officers. Ugh.
How can this get no? But aren't there checks? I mean, this is TICO. This is the
Yeah.
combined department. Do they not check what these schools are teaching?
Sometimes
maybe I'm
when you
Pollyanna.
elect everybody onto a board, you elect incompetence and people who protect each other rather than protecting children.
Oh, yeah. It's just like every time you think that we've gotten to the bottom layer, another layer of stupid shows up, bigger than the last layer. It's a never-ending gobstopper of stupid.
I
Buddy, what, I'm sorry?
Judges him by alert standards. That would be inappropriate because he hasn't had any training.
Correct.
Right, thank you. So, I want to move on to, and I think I might have left the exhibit up there. May I approach again, Judge? I want to inquire about an exhibit.
We've made a blanket rule for this trial. If you want to approach, you want to use the well, just do it.
Thank you, Judge. And I'm going to come up there, ma'am, and I'm going to talk to you about the next document. And again, it's, I want to talk to you about Sticks Exhibit 927, right? And we've already, that is an instructor lesson plan that was prepared by someone in your agency, correct?
No, I don't know who that person is.
But it was updated by Mr. Field,
Yes.
Constable Field, right?
Yes.
So this lesson plan and these documents and these materials are provided to an instructor to facilitate to a class, right?
Correct.
Right, and so in this case, I mean, we've already established that Adrian Gonzalez and Mike Hernandez facilitated this class,
Correct.
an 8-hour class.
Yes.
And that would be to fellow law enforcement officers who are school-based, right?
Yes, it says active shooter for school-based law enforcement.
Yeah, and so if Adrian wasn't, let's pretend for 1 minute that example, let's say I was instructing this class, these materials would be provided to me if I was a peace officer and I was chosen to do it. I would be facilitating the same materials.
Correct.
It's not my materials
Right, it's what was provided.
by Constable Field. And you know, you read some things out, and I'm going to leave you with that and then ask you to work from my notes. The prosecutor asked you to read some things out to the jury, right?
Yes.
And again, we've already established you're not a firearms instructor.
Right,
You're not a peace officer.
right,
You haven't been trained in rapid response
right,
or active shooter training.
right.
But the prosecutor's asked you to read a couple of things, so I'm going to do likewise. Is that okay, ma'am?
Okay, yes,
I
sir.
appreciate your help. So, on page 1,
Mhm.
it says the goal, purpose of the instruction, right?
Yes,
And it goes through units. If you read the units out for me again, please, if you would mind.
Unit 1 was history of active shooter events and training requirement. Number 2 is priorities of active for school-based law enforcement. Of action, I'm sorry, for school-based law enforcement. Unit 3 is stop the killing, solo response to active shooter event. Unit 4 is unified response. Number 5 is stop the dying,
Unified.
transitioning to first aid and evacuation of injured. Unit 6 is active shooter scenario training and evacuation.
Thank you, ma'am. And I promise you I'm not going to make you read the whole document out. There's like 15
Thank fuck. Sorry.
pages, right? But I'm going to focus on a couple of things. If we turn the page over, we see that it says lesson objectives, and then we're going to go into it later on, whether or not those objectives can be met by the materials provided. But
Okay.
if we look at the objectives, and don't read it yet, because otherwise you'll lose your voice, because there's a lot of it.
Okay, God bless the British, because he's over here lying his ass off. He's like, look, I don't want to worry your voice. I want your beautiful voice to be able to sing.
So can you count down to the 7th learning objective?
Okay. The student will be able to explain the need.
That's the one. Can you read that out for us,
Yes,
please?
the student will be able to explain the need to potentially adopt a solo response to an active shooter event.
Correct, thank you, ma'am. So now, and you don't know how that is done, right, in
Correct.
the training, but the learning objective, so the objective to be filled at the end of this training is for a student to be able to explain something, right?
Correct.
All they've got to be able to do to pass this class according to that learning objective is to be explaining the need to do a thing, right? It does not say that they have to be proficient in a tactical skill.
Right,
It doesn't, does it?
no,
So to pass this class, a student just has to be able to say, the learning of, the aim is this, not be able to demonstrate how to do this. Because you've reviewed that document, right, ma'am?
right.
You'd agree with me that nowhere in that document does it tell an officer how to do that.
It just says, will be able to explain the need to potentially adopt a solo response to an active shooter.
I know, and I feel unfair asking you this question because it's not your document, but the prosecutor asked you, but you would agree with me that having reviewed that document, these training materials don't explain to an officer how to do that.
I don't know what,
And that's
if
fair
they
enough.
have, I don't know how it's explained or if it's explained.
Yeah, I'm going to represent you, it doesn't. Okay. But I want to turn over to page 6, because there's lots of things that weren't read out. But this is a long document.
Another
Right.
prosecution's witness turned into
Page
a
6, the
defense
top of it.
witness.
Can you read the first line, please?
The
It's talking
scale-
about the scale, and I'm sorry, it's talking about if I set the scene, it's talking about the scale and priority of life.
Okay.
Just read the first line.
The scale does not suggest that any first responder approach the mission will with recklessness abandon for safety.
Right. And then if we can go down, you'd agree with me, I'll read it for you. Under the priority of life, before isolate, distract, and neutralize, there's a paragraph there. Can you read the first sentence of that last paragraph before it says officers have 3 primary goals?
Let me see real quick. It's the last sentence.
Yes, ma'am. And Judge, I'll approach you, it'll be easier. So I can identify it. Try not to read it.
Oh, this one? Okay. In the event of an active shooter attack, school-based law enforcement officers should do the best that they can to fill the gaps until other first responders can arrive.
Right, and they should do the best they can to fill the gap until the first responders arrive.
That's what it
That's the
says.
training, right?
That's what it says, yes.
And again, the jury's heard a lot about it, but these are the training materials, right? Where it says isolate and distract, right? The first word of distract says engage the attacker,
Let's try engage the attacker.
right? It doesn't say how.
Right,
You'd agree with me on that?
right.
And presumably, in order to engage an attacker, you've got to be able to see him.
Right.
If you
It's
turn
not
over
a
to
trick,
page
ma'am.
7,
Okay.
You have to see it.
and it says stop the killing.
So, Nick, did they download like a free copy? Like, you can get a preview of the course and where it would go in and explain what Engage is? They didn't buy the subscription? Because I was always wondering, it does seem very vague, like distract. What are you supposed to, what does distract,
Yeah.
what?
I mean, for me, the prosecution has now entered the cork on a fork area of law. These should not be trusted with sharp objects. Pens, pencils, forks, utensils.
Yeah, I want to blame fluoride, but I don't think even Alex Jones can explain this one.
Can you read that first sentence?
This one? Here. Officer's first priority is to move in and confront the attacker.
Right. Again, it doesn't say how.
No.
No. Well, I represent to you that Mr. Gonzalez did in fact that. He moved into the school.
You're asking me?
No, I'm just telling you.
Oh, okay.
And again,
Well, I'm going to object to Sunmark Mountain comment, Your Honor. He said it's not a question.
Mr. Stein?
I'm going to move on to Unit 3 further down. Again, and we may have already covered this. Can you read 3.1 out?
The student will be able to explain the need to potentially adopt a solo response to an active shooter event.
Now, and these are the training materials, right? This is it.
This is lesson plan, yes.
It does not go on to explain how that should be done. You'd agree with me on that, ma'am?
I don't know what all this has in there.
I know, I'm sorry to talk over your shoulder, it's just so I can see it, but
Okay.
the prosecutor got you to read things out, and so I'm just doing the same thing, right, in the interest of fairness for Adrian, right? And I'm going to ask you, the last thing I'm going to ask you to read is this paragraph here. The prosecutor didn't ask you to read that. Can I ask you to read that for me, ma'am?
Yes. Most response to active shooter training has been based on team tactics that normally leverage 4 or more officers operating as a cohesive unit to search for and neutralize the
Cohesive.
threats. Training historically involves forming a diamond or a T formation to rapidly advance towards the sound of the gunfire. The tactics and techniques have a great deal of value when the resources to use them are immediately available. It is obviously safer to deploy teams with overlapping areas of responsibilities. More eyes and more guns pointed at the problem would be preferable.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is State's Exhibit 950, is that the flyer that went along with this training?
Yes, sir.
And does it have the state office Exhibit 950?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
So what date was this active shooter for school-based law enforcement? What date was that taught by Adrian Gonzalez?
The date here says March 21st of 2022. It's from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
March 21st, 2022,
Yes,
2 months before May 24th,
yes,
2022.
correct.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
You're going to need to retrieve the exhibit. Ma'am, I've got a couple more questions for you, if I may.
Okay.
Oh, there you go, it's up there. So, will you do it? Still got it?
That one is right there.
So I want to ask you some questions about this one, ma'am, 950. So this was a prosecutor just pointed out. I can sit down and we can look at the TV behind you. This was a class that was from May of 2022.
This
March,
was
sorry, I apologize.
March.
It's March
Yes.
2022. And if you turn around and look at the screen,
Okay,
we can look at it.
okay.
This was a class that was taught at the Uvalde High School, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if any classes or training was ever conducted for law enforcement at Robb Elementary, the elementary school?
I don't recall.
It wasn't. Thank you, ma'am. We've got no further questions.
Okay.
Okay, is she excused?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you are excused, not subject to recall. Please don't discuss the case until you're aware the trial is over.
Okay,
You're
sir.
done today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Rick Gerardo?
Yeah, I need to visit the big boys' room. I don't think I'm going to miss much.
It is interesting to me that they had a didactic or a verbal class, but not a tactical class. It's really easy to sit in a classroom and, tactically daydream what you're going to do.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony given the cause of the truth self you got.
Yes, I do.
Have a seat over here, please. You may proceed.
Thank you. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Ricardo Uvalde, Texas Department of Public Safety, Texas Rangers Division.
And how long have you been a Texas Ranger?
5 years.
What did you do before you were a Texas Ranger?
I was a special agent with Criminal Investigations Division for 6 years with DPS. Before that, I was a uniformed highway patrol officer for 6 years.
When did you start in law enforcement?
January 2004.
2004?
Yes, sir.
So now you're sitting on over 20 years, is that correct?
22 years, yes, sir.
And so has that time been with DPS, or have you been with other agencies also?
For 5 years, I was Eagle Pass police officer. I was assigned to patrol a motorcycle and SWAT team until September 2008 when I was hired by Texas Department of Public Safety.
And where are you currently assigned?
Crystal City, Uvalde County.
And back on 2022, May 24th, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to the Cotulla office, which is in LaSalle County, but my secondary county was Uvalde County.
So,
two counties.
nowhere near Uvalde.
Okay.
Or
Yeah. I don't know. Is this going to be another one who arrived 2 hours later and got told by officers where to go and
yeah,
he didn't need a map?
And why is it that are all rangers assigned to a county, or how does that work?
Most of the rangers are assigned to, they have an office in a certain county. Some rangers cover more than one county, often up to 3 counties at one time, depending on the terrain.
And you were assigned 2 counties at the time.
Yes.
So how far was your home base from Uvalde?
I'd say about 40 miles.
Okay. On May 24th, 2022, did you go to Uvalde?
Yes.
For what purpose?
I was told by my lieutenant that we were responding to an active shooter in Uvalde.
And how long did it take you to get there?
I don't remember.
Okay, fair enough. Well, when you got there, were you given assignments to do?
Yes.
Can you tell us what assignments you had?
When I arrived there with my lieutenant, one of the first things I was assigned to was we had children that were leaving the Robb Elementary through the south side of the school. So we were assigned to keep them off the street and get them to a vacant lot so that they could be later transported by school buses for accountability.
how
purposes.
is this?
So other officers that already
yeah,
had
yeah,
their
that-
assignments, and this
I was going to ask, how is this related
Yes.
to what
and is that the
Adrian
assignment that you carried out?
Gonzalez did
Yes.
the first 3 minutes?
And
But then I
how long did that
remembered,
take?
we've been through 6 days of trial and we
I don't
still
remember how long we were out there.
don't have anything.
Fair enough. After that assignment,
About
what was
that.
your next assignment?
We entered the Robb Elementary property through the south side, and I met there with my supervisor and 2 other rangers just to get an assessment of what had occurred.
And after getting that assessment, what was the next thing you did?
We moved to I was approached by a Highway Patrol Sergeant who advised me that there was still a teacher with children in a classroom. So I took a handful of troopers and made my way down a hallway, and we secured that room and safely escorted the teacher and the students off the property.
Very good. Eventually, were you placed in charge of any of the investigation?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that was?
The scope of my investigation was to investigate the officer-involved shooting, which involved the officers that actually made entry into classrooms 111 and 112. I was given the assignment to write search warrants for residents, cellular phone, and a Ford F-150 that had been involved in the shooting.
I'm sorry, I heard the first about writing search warrants. What was the second thing?
So I investigated the officer-involved shooting with the officers that were involved in the actual shooting of the suspect. And the other assignment was that I was to write search warrants for residents 552 DS Street, 2008 Ford F-150 that was next to the school property, and a cellular phone.
Okay. So the Ford F-150, the truck that we've known to be, is in the ditch, is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe earlier it was referred to that 522 DS, that's where the grandmother was shot, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Eventually, after securing search warrants and getting that out of the way, did you begin questioning witnesses?
Yes.
And was it all, what was the purpose of questioning witnesses at this point?
To gather as much information as we could as to the accounts of what had occurred at Robb Elementary.
And so how did you develop a list of who you were to question?
We started by attempting to identify the officers that first responded, and throughout the weeks and the months of the investigation, we had to view, I didn't view it, but there was audio and video, body cam footage attempting to identify officers in the hallway so we could get statements from them too.
Okay. And so how did you pick where to begin questioning witnesses?
He's in charge of the investigation, but he didn't look at the body cam footage and audio? Was that another team from, I don't know, Arkansas, Texas?
Please, can we? I mean, we have had one cop on the stand recklessly charging in, but still had time to ask every cop on the way what was going on. But that seemed to be the only officer so far that's been testifying with some, with some competent information regarding what the fuck this trial is supposed to be about.
Yeah, and let's be real. If they had actually had a plan, if they had actually had alert training, there would have been a destination for these children to go. They didn't have an evacuation plan.
Yeah, and here's the thing. If you don't have this alert evacuation plan, you go by the fire drill. And if you don't have that, because in fire drills, okay, you have a designated area. If that area is deemed unsafe, you have a secondary area. And not one. Not a single one on site.
It's really kind of impressive how the state manages to just whiff on a point. They are excellent at getting kind of near a point.
Yeah, I agree with Guy Vermeulen. This should be a civil case, not a criminal case. I can see the arguments and everything. Look at what happened later in a civil case where it's 50-50 plus a feather.
Yeah.
And there are different rules regarding hearsay, well, not hearsay, but discovery, testimony, everything. But this is just ridiculous.
Supervisor brought us all together and basically gave us a list of officers and witnesses and victims on a daily basis. So we cut them up between however many rangers were working that day, and then we go down the list and just start calling witnesses or the officers or victims to get statements.
At that point, had any suspects been developed
Yes,
as to the officer-involved shooting?
the only suspect that we identified was Mr. Ramos at the time.
I apologize.
Yep.
The gunman is the suspect that you're
Yes.
talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, even as to officer-involved shootings, there were no suspects involved at that point?
No.
It was just general gathering information about what happened?
Yes.
And did you talk to Adrian Gonzalez, this defendant?
Yes, I did.
When did you talk to him?
May 25th, 2022.
May 26th?
Excuse me, May 25th.
So it was the day after this event?
Yes.
And how many witnesses did you end up interviewing?
I don't remember. It was several. We interviewed over the next several months, so I don't have an approximate number of how many interviews I conducted.
Was it in the dozens?
Yes, easy.
And how many Texas Rangers were out collecting interviews?
At any given day, we could have approximately 10 or 15 Rangers doing various assignments. We had Rangers coming into the area and then having to go back to their respective areas, so there's no telling how many Rangers we had. We never had an approximate number. It was just whoever they were deploying that was available to assist.
What was your purpose of talking to Adrian Gonzalez?
To gather an account of what he saw, what he heard, and what he was told when he responded to Robb Elementary.
When you take a statement, is there any way that you preserve that statement?
Yes.
How do you preserve the statement?
We record it using an audio-video recorder when it's possible, or an audio recorder.
And you did that in this case?
Yes.
And did Adrian Gonzalez come in voluntarily?
Yes.
This was not a custodial interrogation,
No.
so there's no reason for Miranda warnings or those kind of things.
No.
And have you had a chance to review that statement?
Yes.
Is it in completed form, that is, complete from start to finish?
Yes.
And does it include
This
the entire,
better be a nuke.
questioning of Adrian Gonzalez on that day?
Yeah, I better hear Adrian said, nah, I was looking at my phone, I was checking my LinkedIn, obviously wasn't going to have a job later.
Yeah, I couldn't run because my knees shook so badly. I dropped the gun. I shat myself. I mean, if it's generic, I wish I could have done more. I'm going to lose it.
At this point, it's probably, he's probably going to relive a freaking scene from, saving all the children. And he's like, I feel guilty. I couldn't get in quicker. And the state's going to be like, he said it. He could have gotten in quicker. Because defense has access to this. This was probably the first thing they listened to.
Yeah.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer Exhibit 1030A, the statement of Adrian Gonzalez.
No objection. Submitted. Publish if you like.
May we publish it? Yes, sir.
No objections from the defense.
And, Ranger, there may be a couple of times where I hear language that may be police talk that I may ask to stop and explain, if you know what that police talk is.
Yes.
Fair enough?
Yes.
Thank you. And if you'll stop it right there. Is this the interview that you had with Adrian Gonzalez
Yes.
on the day after the event?
Yes.
Thank you.
May 25th, 2022, approximately 4:41 p.m. We're at the Uvalde DPS office in Uvalde, Texas, 78801. In the interview room is Rick Wahada with the Texas Rangers. Full Crusoe, Texas Rangers.
And Officer Adrian Gonzalez with the Uvalde CISD Police Department,
Okay. What's your date of birth, sir?
5/15/73. And it's Gonzalez with an SOP.
What's a good contact number for you? And your address?
No, it's standard police issued recording equipment,
And that's
potato.
Studer S.
What's your radio number?
422.
How long have you been employed with the school district?
With the school district PD since July, about 10 months.
So you started in July 2021?
Yes.
Okay, to present. And before that, sir?
I worked for the Uvalde Police Department from 2009 to July 2021. I resigned from there and went to work for the school district. I was about 10 years, 10 months with them.
10 years, 10 months?
Yes.
So working for the school district police, what school are you assigned to?
The Uvalde High School.
How long have you been there?
I've been there since school started.
What's your shift?
It depends on yesterday I was the 9 o'clock guy to 6 o'clock.
So 9 a.m.
9 a.m. to 6 p.m.
6 p.m.
And that would have been, well, today I would have been covering Morales School because one of our officers has left the department.
Mhm.
So I would have been covering her shift from 8 to 5 today.
Okay. But yesterday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. you were assigned to
So we know that they were short-staffed.
Yeah.
the high school?
Yes, I was assigned to high school.
Okay. How many police officers in the school district police department?
6.
6?
And then the female she's getting rid. I don't know if she's officially resigned.
6
but I know
people
last Friday.
doing shift at how many schools? How many
that's
schools?
I don't know how many schools Uvalde has. Both Nick and I are reaching up to go to Chat GPT.
Yep. 8 schools.
This math isn't mathing.
No. You have, well, they said 8 schools, but they list 9.
One is typically like the Department of Education for the school district, so it'll kind of be like
yeah.
their head office.
Mm.
At least that's how school districts are typically in my area. It might be different in Texas.
So 6 officers on 8 schools.
Yeah. Well, and I wonder, I also want to find out, because it came out in one of these, from one of these teachers, that all the other elementary schools, I think implying most of the other schools, had the key fobs. So why was Uvalde or Robb Elementary kind of given the short end?
Yeah.
I mean, I know they've built a new school, so it might be that they were getting ready to build a new school, didn't want to invest in it anymore in an old school building. But being so cheap we can't afford to buy keys so our school is unlocked is not the answer.
So it's 6 police officers, and then what about, is that including the chief and?
The chief, lieutenant, and 3 officers at the high school.
It's the chief, lieutenant,
And then
and 3 officers?
3 police officers, yes.
And 3 police officers. So the sixth one would have been the female that just,
The sixth one's actually housed, she covers, her campus is Morales Junior High, which is the junior high.
but you said she's leaving?
She wasn't on scene, actually, Officer Ruby Gonzalez was covering the school over there.
Okay, Officer Ruby Gonzalez?
Ruby,
Okay,
and that one's Gonzalez with the Z.
okay.
She was covering Morales Junior High, Monday and Tuesday.
Who was assigned to the Robb Elementary School yesterday?
Nobody was assigned to Robert.
No officers, no assigned.
I hate to say it, but as really a cat mom,
How many?
did Robb
students
Elementary
do you have?
had the short end of the stick because it was a majority Hispanic and the rest of the schools wasn't?
I think it's mostly, I don't know, that's something we're going to have to look up because
Yeah, but
I know
South
there is
Texas,
a bigger
yeah.
Hispanic population, so
Mm.
I don't know, but it could be possible.
Mm.
Also, why are there 3 officers at the high school? So now,
More
have-
kids with guns.
fair point. I didn't even think of that, but that's a good point.
Did you guys
Yeah,
come?
okay, the entire area is
Uvalde High
Hispanic.
School,
Okay.
Mm-hmm,
Uvalde Morales Junior High, Flores Elementary.
mm-hmm,
We have the Dual Language Academy, which is Anton School. If you actually look it up, it's Anton School.
mm-hmm.
Robb Elementary, and then we have Crossroads, which is the kids kind of, they work at their own pace, to get their GED or their diploma and things like that, and for expecting mothers. And then we got a campus at Batesville Elementary.
In Batesville.
Yes, and Dalton Elementary, which is our pre-K and kindergarten class.
So during the day, are you guys assigned marked units?
Yes, we have a marking unit.
Okay.
They're actually we take them home.
Okay. So, going back to yesterday, can you walk me through just, basically your entire workday from the time you checked on and what you did and then how?
Okay, I checked in at the high school right before 9 o'clock,
Mm-hmm.
and I actually met one of the sergeants from the police department. We're out there talking for a little bit.
Mhm.
He asked me if I was gonna go to the park, which is we call it the Western Park, the Mexican Park. It's actually named Parque de Jardín de los Héroes,
Mhm.
Park of the Heroes.
Mhm.
The senior class was having activities out there for them, which is a senior class because they're getting ready to graduate. He goes, "Are you going out there?" Because they told us to actually patrol the park. I go, "No, nobody's told me." Then my Lieutenant Mike Hernandez texted me and said if I can go out there from 9:30 to 11:30 with the seniors.
Okay.
So I got on location to the Western Park, drove around because there's some of our local, I guess.
Okay, so if he hadn't been told and no one had made coverage for this senior thing, he could have been further away.
Yeah.
Drunks hang out there just, waiting, just, doing whatever, utilizing the restroom, taking baths and everything like that. So patrolled it. There was a couple of people there, just drove around because the kids, like I said, towards I want to say the back end of the park, there's a little basketball court and a volleyball court. Some of the kids were playing basketball and the two people that I observed were actually sitting on the park there. So I just drove around, just let them know that I was there.
Okay.
Parked a couple of spaces, stopped, looked, make sure everybody was, nobody was getting approached. Drove around, finally got off and, interacted with the kids and the principal and some of the staff. I want to say maybe about 11, 15, they started debriefing the kids. telling them, we're gonna get ready because they bust them out there. So they had about 4 to 5 buses out there in the park. So they were telling them, hey, we're gonna give you some packets. The packets were for the pictures for graduation. And you need this, and you need to turn in before the day of the graduation and stuff like that. So they were telling the kids before they get on the bus to make sure they were, stuff like that. So some of the kids started walking towards the bus, and then I heard on the police radio of 1050, which was an accident at Geraldine and Grove Street. So I told the assistant principal, Joel, what's ahead? I'm taking off. I go, there's an accident by the school. So at the Western Parks, I want to say maybe about the 800 block. Rob is like 400 block of Geraldine. So I came up, I left, and then when I was actually getting in my car, I heard the radio traffic that the guy has a gun. So I turn on my red and blue lights.
Okay, so he's not even in his car. He's been told about the accident. He's at the 800 block, so he's got 3 blocks to go. As he's starting his car, getting ready to go over there, he has a gun. So he's not even on scene when this stuff. The state is so dirty.
The car crash, shooting at the
funeral home,
funeral home, and starting to walk towards the school, and he is not in his car 3 blocks away. Yeah.
I'm not running sirens, so just red and blue lights. I come out of the park, which is Farrar Street, take a left on South Farrar, because the park's actually on Farrar Street. So I go up Farrar Street, cut on West Garden, the 300 block, 400 block, and then I go up South Evans Street. From South Evans, I hit Geraldine. So Geraldine actually is where the school's at, sits on Geraldine and Okarito. When I approach, I don't know if you're familiar with it, Geraldine has a little twist on it. Okay, towards the back of the school where the vehicle was at, like a half a block up, there's a little twist. So when I came up, I heard the traffic. I don't know if it was when I was on Geraldine on Evans that he was running towards the school. So there was no clothing description provided. So when I came up, I saw people at that curb, like standing looking towards the school.
Okay, so he's already running toward the school. He hasn't even made it to Geraldine Street yet.
No.
What was he supposed to do?
I don't know.
And the state thought this was good for them?
Yeah, apparently.
Hey, state, come here. Whatever gummies you have access to, I'm not saying, but bring enough for the class.
School. So when I came up to school, I observed the truck inside I could say a bar ditch, but it has like a concrete where I guess the water sits, so it doesn't sit, so it flows. It was sitting in there, and the rails were all broken up and stuff like that. So when I came up, the actual back gate, the teacher, I guess it's a teacher parking lot. There's a teacher parking lot towards the Old Carrizo, and there's a teacher, I guess the teachers that have classrooms in that where the shooting happened, parked there. But there's a gate, it should have been closed, it was wide open. So
a gate that should have been closed was open.
And he oriented himself to that because he knew, oh God, this is not, maybe he has a friend.
Are the employees at this fucking elementary school mentally incapable of locking anything?
Okay. This one, remember, she was the sweet lady. They were having an after-school party. The coach was on his way back with the groceries. She unlocked the gate. She was standing guard by it. He must have come in as she was running toward the guy. So, it's frustrating, but this one we actually had a really...
Okay.
I love it. Like,
thank you.
she was sweet. I'll allow it. But she seemed ate up. She seemed really torn up about all of it. And... that's not even where he entered. So
okay, I forgot about that. So thank you for
it's okay.
reminding
We've
me.
had a lot of bullshit with no locking doors because whatever's. So it's inconvenient and people annoy me.
I approached. I actually saw a lady in a peach maybe orange t-shirt running. You know, I didn't know it was a lady or not. I knew it was a lady after I made contact with her, but I saw her, went to her because they said they were running towards the school. I was going over there towards her. No sirens, just light, red and blue lights. I see her fall in a dust of cloud. So I get to her and I realize.
Remember, the defense has said he saw somebody fall down. Yeah. But this is him talking after he knew everything, the day after. He's not testifying to this was my immediate reactions.
Yeah, and he heard running toward the school, but there was no description. So he sees someone running.
Yeah.
He went right there. And she fell before, so he's like, oh, okay, maybe she's been shot. Render aid. Now, I know the little test thing said ignore the cries of the wounded, but...
She's one of the coaches. I don't know her name, she's dark-complected coach, short hair, boyish, tomboyish coach. And she tells me, he's over there. I go, who's
The word he was searching for was butch.
Okay, so he's over there, the shooter. He's wearing black.
So he gets over to her and she starts pointing. He's wearing black. So let's see what he does next.
He's wearing black. I go, where? So when I turn, actually, my vehicle's still there. At the school, it's the Crown Vic that says UCISD. It's like, it's close over there. So when I get out and I approach her, she's like, he's over there. I go, where? She goes, he's over there. He's in black by the teacher parking. So when I look, I start hearing rounds going off. I don't know where they're coming from, but I just know they're getting muffled. They're behind the building. So then I hear like banging.
He's taking account for the echo. He's OODA looping the hell out of this shit.
So I think I under my radio, I don't know if I break, I said, hey, shots fired at Rob School. And then I tell him, the general location where he's at. So I start moving up, trying to get from front of my vehicle to the back. There was the only thing that was the tree and then the building. So I started walking towards there, and then I see an officer, one of the PD officers coming, and then all of a sudden I see like glass coming out and firing, somebody firing in glass, a couple of rounds come out of the glass, and I tell the PD officer, get back, it's coming from over there. So we get there, I want to say Sergeant Page from the Uvalde Police Department show up, and the chief show up. Chief Arredondo show up. So the chief.
Amber, this officer is the officer that is the defendant in this case. He was one of the first responders on scene at Robb Elementary. He was the school resource officer for the high school. This is his account of what he did that day, and the state put it on to show how neglectful he was. It's not working because he seems to have done a good job.
Now, the state doesn't talk about timeline. The claim is from when he arrived to when the guy entered the school, 3 minutes. I'm not sure what the base is. Well, we saw in the opening statement, we saw the defense timeline, and I got it to about 1.5 minutes. So in 1.5 minutes, he stops the car because he saw this woman fall over. Up to her, she's saying, he's over there. And then he started hearing shots fired. He starts to get himself, do the Oompa Loompa thingy, and approaches, starts seeing shots fired getting out from the school. So,
well, because if you remember, by the time he radios in shots fired, he's already in the school.
Yeah.
So at what point could Adrian have stopped him? We hear, so he's starting his car when he hears about the car wreck. Before he even gets moving in his car, he's running. He gets the instruction that this person's running toward the school.
Yeah.
He is maybe a street away, he gets radio shots fired. He drives up as soon as he gets to the school, he sees a gate open, goes directly to a person that's stopped or dropped. By the time he radios in, the shooter's already inside the school. Where was he supposed to stop him? And I mean, take it with a grain of salt. This is also his retelling of a traumatic memory. So, as much as he's been training himself to remember things accurately, there might be, time compressions or different things that his brain has done.
Yeah, and we don't know if there are subsequent interviews where he clarifies, okay, we see here there's a time gap. Can you please explain it? And maybe there are more recorded interviews. Or this was it. And then nothing happened until later when they charged him. When they couldn't find another scapegoat.
Donald Page and myself go in on one side. Lieutenant Martinez from the Uvalde Police Department and Sergeant Canales come in through the other side, through the back door. And
what door did you enter?
I entered the door where my vehicle's at, so it's going to be the south door.
Okay, because the school's right here.
Yes.
And then there's a big field.
Yes.
And then this is a ravine, right?
Yes.
And this is where the vehicle was?
Yes.
So you approached?
There's a gate right there. Yes, there's a gate. Yes.
Okay. So you parked here?
No, I drove in because, like I said, I saw that lady running. She was actually about right here in this area.
Okay.
So I made contact with her. There's like a breezeway with the kids, like an Onyx.
Yes.
Okay. I made contact with her, and she tells me he's over here. She's pointing this way. He's over there. He's dressed in black. I go, where? And she goes to the teacher parking lot. I want to say I saw a black car at that end, and then I started hearing the rounds go off, and they're like banging, like somebody hitting a metal door. I can't see nothing because it's behind the building. I can't see it. So I notified everybody on the radio the best I could, and then as soon as I start walking over there, I see the rounds come out of the window.
Okay. So when you drove through this gate, you said it was open?
That gate was open.
Okay.
And it should have been locked.
How far did you drive in?
To where my vehicles stopped. Yeah.
There's a pavilion back here, like a big seat,
Yes.
big roof.
Yeah.
So it's in between the school building?
Yeah.
Okay. So you park here, because I know there's a hallway that goes.
Yeah, there's like a walkway, yes.
Okay.
I'm actually, where the vehicle's sitting at, that's where I actually stopped at.
Okay, so you drove up to her,
Yeah.
and she's pointing that he's over here?
Yeah, he's behind the building in he's dressed in black.
Okay. And when you drove through, did you see anybody?
I didn't see anybody.
Okay. Does your unit have a camera?
No,
So there's no audio, video in your?
no, there's no.
Okay. Do you guys wear body cameras?
That's a lot of schools for 1,600 people.
What unit number is that?
Unit 44.
Unit 44. What kind of vehicle is it?
It's 2000.
Unless they are collecting students from all over the area.
Ford Fusion.
Yeah, white and color.
Okay. So you drove up to her, she's pointing this way, and when you're talking to her, that's when you start hearing?
Yeah, she said, he's over there. I go, where? She goes, he's over there by the by the parking lot. And then she goes, he's dressed in black, and then I hear the rounds go off.
Okay, because there's a door right here, right?
Yes, there's a door,
School?
yes.
All right.
There's actually a door.
Windows here?
And then.
Oh,
there's a side door
16,000.
right there.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That's where
That
we
makes
made
sense.
entry with
Yeah.
the chief and Sergeant Donald Page.
Oh, okay, so you and Paige came through here, okay.
And I want to say Lieutenant Martinez and Sergeant Canales from the PD came in through that back door because we're facing each other. Yes,
Okay. And Canales, you said?
yes. Chief Adelondo was with us on our end.
When you said you heard gunshots, would you believe to be gunshots, and you
Yeah.
saw windows?
Like glass shot,
breaking?
yes.
Coming, now, was it on these windows or these windows?
No, it was actually on these windows.
On these windows?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw that happen, where were you?
I was,
So at that point, did he point to a spot for you?
Yes.
And which windows was he talking about?
He was talking about the windows on the east side of the main hallway where the shooting occurred, of rooms 111 and 112.
And so, looking at State's Exhibit 1, you're familiar with the Robb Elementary setup, are you not?
Yes.
If this is the fourth grade wing, which windows was he speaking of?
He was speaking about these windows on the east side of the building.
Did he saw shots coming out?
Yes.
Thank you.
How would he know? How would this witness know which?
There was that.
Well, because if you saw in the video, he had him
Yeah.
point out exactly.
Actually, a tree right there in that area.
Yes.
That area. I was walking towards the building.
Okay. So when you made entry with Adrian and Chief Arredondo, what did you see inside the school?
Just when we opened the doors, it looked like. Have you ever seen somebody sell a fire extinguisher?
Mhm.
The smoke, that's what it looked like. Smoke burnt. Something burning. So we went in there. We kind of knew he was in that area because I kind of told him. I don't remember if I told him, hey, it's like 3 windows down, 3 or 4 windows down. He's in there, so we kind of all, came in together. And I didn't see Lieutenant Martinez get hit, but I don't know what he did. That he started firing, and then you see him go like that, and everybody scooped back. So I think he got hit. So we kind of moved back, as we're departing because he was laying fire. When Donald Page stepped back, you see a piece of the sheetrock come through, a round come through. So we back up, and Page is yelling at Javi, hey, are you hit? Are you hit? And I see Javi holding his inner thigh, and he goes, yeah, I'm hit, but I'm good. So they walk out, and we walk out.
Okay. When that's
Well, you know what? Sergeant Coronado was with us too.
Coronado?
Yes. He's with the UPD.
When these gunshots are going off inside where exactly are you inside the building?
I want to say I'm going to be by the first classroom, right here.
Okay. Do you know what number it is?
No, like I said, there's a hallway.
Yes.
It's a hallway, so I'm going to be the first one right here. Then I want to say Pages right here.
On the same highway, but across the hall?
I'm actually on the back hall, the back wall, and Pages on this front wall, and Chief and Coronado's on this side.
Okay. And while you 4 gentlemen are here, where do you think the shooter's at? I know there's a hallway that goes this way, right?
Yeah, that's going to be further more to the end over
Okay.
here. Yeah.
All right. Is there another hallway that comes down this way?
I know it runs from that back door to the front. There's a door over here.
Okay, a long hallway.
Yeah.
All right.
So I want to say there's a hallway here, and like I said, Lieutenant Martinez was here and Sergeant Canales was there.
Okay. So they were in front of you?
They were in front of us, yeah.
Okay.
We were like, angled in it that way.
Okay. You didn't see Martinez get hit?
No.
But when did you notice that he might be?
Because he's brought it down, and then I heard Paige tell him, are you hit? Are you hit? And he said, yeah, and he like moved backwards, and everybody kind of went back because he started laying around. So I don't know, like I said, I talked to him, he said he kind of peeked in, and that's when the rounds went in. But he said he never saw him. So the classrooms were dark. From my point of view, the classrooms were all dark. So.
Okay. Were the teachers that turned off?
Yeah, the teachers are instructed to turn off. That's part of the lockdown procedure.
Okay. What else is part of the lockdown procedure?
Whenever something like that happens, there's a threat on school, they go on.
No idea.
Okay.
There might be certain security lockdown features that they do that they didn't want to get out in public. But at this point, they just bypass them anyway with a rubber band and some duct tape.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, it is now 11 p.m. I, as per usual, have an early start tomorrow morning. I will be listening to this as I try to get to sleep. But I mean, I'm quite wind up here because the minute and a half that he's charged with, and now listening to him talking about the event and the absolute clusterfuck the prosecution tries to present as, no, look how inactive he was.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
you-
he's very credible. He's not overhyping himself. He's
Hmm?
he's like, this is what happened. And
Hmm?
again, what a shock it must have been for him to think I did everything I could. I was there, I went in, and then to be charged with the basically
with-
responsibility for 29 deaths. It's just
Yeah, and with supervisors and chiefs who made horrible decisions, training he wasn't licensed to do or receive, and a school administration who actively handed out stuff to override safety measures, and they charge him.
maybe, Nick, while you sleep, we'll figure out an answer. It will become clear. I doubt it, but hope springs eternal.
Yeah, I will end with good advice from my grandpa. Itchy butt in the evening makes smelly fingers in the morning.
Always
night.
good to know.
See ya.
Okay, let's continue.
Raptor system, and that sends automatic notification to everybody on campus, all the teachers through either through their laptops or their iPads, whatever they have. It sends them the system and it automatically goes to lockdown. And the front office should deploy something over the intercom saying the lockdown. So.
Okay. So, you guys are, how many rounds do you think you heard when you were inside the building?
Inside the building, 7 to 9 maybe.
7 to 9 rounds? And when you were outside?
About 13 or 14 rounds.
13 or 14, before you guys actually
Yeah,
went into it?
yeah.
Okay. So after Martinez gets injured, what happens right after that?
We scoot back and I think we call for the SWAT team to come in.
Do you remember who called for the SWAT team?
I don't know if it was me or Sergeant Coronado, because we couldn't break in the restroom, we couldn't break in the hallway. For some reason, our radio repeatedly don't break inside the buildings, none of the buildings, school buildings.
Okay.
So we try to, I think we called them while we were outside.
So the four of you, Donald Page, yourself, Chief Arredondo, and Sergeant Coronel, did you exit the same
Yes, exit
door?
the same door.
And where did you guys go after that?
We held perimeter right there at that door.
At the door? Okay. Do you know where Martinez and Canales went?
No, I don't know. I couldn't,
Okay.
they were out of my view. The last time I saw them was when Page was asking Martinez if he was hit, and he goes, yeah, I'm okay, I got hit, I'm okay. They're in that hallway right
But
there.
you could just hear them coming down?
I can see them,
Okay,
we
you
can see them,
see
yeah,
them?
you can see them. yeah.
About how far are they from you down the hall?
Maybe 50 yards? No, that's just wrong. About 25 to 30 feet, 25 to 30 yards
25 to 30
Yeah.
yards down the hallway?
down the hallway.
Okay.
They're in actually the hallway that runs from that back door to the front door.
Okay. So you guys exit, and then who started calling for the SWAT team?
I want to say either I broke or Coronado broke. One of us broke because, like I said, we weren't getting service. So we walked out, and I want to say I called, but I don't know if I called to activate the SWAT team.
Okay.
I called the dispatch.
Now, during the break that you guys went outside, were there still
No
rounds
more,
being
no.
fired? Okay. How long do you think you guys were out there for?
And welcome, Rosalind Duke Raiders. You are coming in at the time where we finally get to hear from the defendant in this case in a matter of speaking. We are getting the first interview of Officer Adrian Gonzalez. He is a resource officer for the high school in Uvalde, Texas, and he was one of the first officers on scene during the Uvalde incident. He has been charged with 29 counts of child endangerment and recklessness. Basically, the state's case is he could have done something to stop it, but according to what he is saying and the timeline, he wasn't even at the school in time to stop him from getting inside. So it's been interesting because the state brought this video up. He's coming off as incredibly credible. He corrects himself when he thinks, you know what, I misjudged that 50 yards. I think it was 20 to 30 yards. So he's coming off as very credible.
Maybe 20, 30 minutes.
20, 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Was there radio traffic going back and forth?
Yeah, there was a lot of radio traffic.
Okay.
I know one of the traffics I heard somebody said, call as many agencies as you can.
Okay. But you don't recall who it was? Okay. Now, during those 20 to 30 minutes, you said you heard 7 to 9 rounds while you were approaching?
No puppets on this particular trial, but there will be Mo Possum shenanigans on Saturday because I will need to laugh.
In the building, right? That's when the glass is breaking that you said on the site?
Yes.
Okay. And then you went
No,
inside?
7 around 9 inside.
Inside?
Yes, outside was
You
more.
heard 13 to 14 on outside?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And then this was inside?
Because I know Chief out of London stayed close in the hallway, and we're trying to, I remember talking to, I want to say Officer Salcedo, and there was a female trooper that was with them, and I told them to stay where they're at because glass, they were shooting out the window. And if you look from that window that's broken, there's a hallway, classroom hallway, and then there's another one. And I want to say Lieutenant Hernandez came up there, and I told him to keep the other hallway clear because that had a straight shot, line of fire, so nobody, nobody else, none of the blue guys can get there. So I told him, keep that area open. So.
Okay. When you come back outside and you guys radio for the SWAT team and you're requesting assistance?
And just for a note, if you guys are new here, this is an incredibly rough trial. Take times and breaks if you need it. I never want a view more than I want you to be okay. So I do want you to be mindful of that. And if you are new to this trial, I did a breakdown just of my notes this weekend. It is a longer stream, but if you want to kind of bypass a lot of the emotional testimony, and I do a breakdown at the end of the day with just my notes and make that a separate video. So if you want to bypass sort of all of the emotional stuff, you can catch up. I do read my notes at the end of the trial. Yeah, this isn't really the stream or the trial to do puppets, which is why I will be happy when we are back to just regular dumpster fire humans trial.
You guys were out there for 20 to 30 minutes. Was there any more, did you hear any more gunshots?
No more.
So everything just got quiet?
Quiet, yes.
Was there teachers running out, or could you see any students in the hallway?
No.
Okay. So initially, when you guys made entry, the doors were closed?
The doors were
lights were off?
Yes, lights were off, yes.
No kids were?
No kids were running around. The thing is, on the lockdown, it's everything quiet. They hide, take cover, and complete silence. We teach them, if they have cell phones, turn them off or silence them. Mostly the older kids, they'll start texting family, so that's kind of one of the things that we preach in the in-service, because we teach this program in the in-service, that, hey, the secure, the hold, and the lockdown, So, yeah, and that's on our Raptor system. It's like I said, every employee at the school district is required to be on it. That way they can, they can be outside and the coach can hit that alarm and put that whole.
And if you are new to this trial, there were a lot of things that went wrong. This was not a singular failure. There were levels and levels of failure from multiple different areas. The school doors, the external doors were left unlocked. The internal doors that were supposed to be unlocked, the teachers were issued magnets so that they could defeat the locking mechanism. The Raptor system did not give the teachers an alert until after the gunman was already in the school. So teachers that were not close to this weren't told to go on lockdown by the administration. And the Raptor information came out much later. So there were a lot of failures that happened this day.
School on lockdown and not do anything, can just be there because they have firsthand knowledge of what's going on. When they're outside, the coach can actually get on that Raptor system and lock down the school from his location. He doesn't have to call the main office or the principal and say, hey, we're gonna go on lockdown. He can lock it down and everybody, it's a mass text, it'll get a mass alert. Your phone bill goes off and it gives you an alert.
So any faculty member, police officer, any employee?
Any school district employee can set it off.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on school, the Uvalde Police Department, the Sheriff's Department, none other than have access. You have to be a school employee to have that, so.
So what happened after, you guys were up there 20, 30 minutes, what happened after that?
Just the radio traffic back and forth. I went and checked on Officer Ruben Reese because he told us that his wife called him, Miss Mireles, and that she was hit and she was dying.
You went to go check up?
I checked on him. He was in one of the back of the patrol. I want to say Lieutenant Baragas's unit. He was sitting there with Lieutenant Hernandez. I was trying to calm.
Because he had already gotten.
Because he got a call from his wife and Detective Rodriguez and Lieutenant Hernandez. He tried to make entry and they held him back from going in. And they took his pistol, his duty pistol away because he wanted to go in. So after he received that phone call. So they actually had to take his gun away and sit him down, so.
What happened after that?
I want to say we started pulling kids out from the first classroom. If you look at on this side, there's the first window. We opened that window and we pulled kids out.
Okay.
And what we did, we pulled kids down, we just told them to run.
Okay.
There was officers there and maybe some family members, they were running too.
Okay.
And then we came to this one, and I want to say it was myself, Donald Page, and I want to say, I just know his last name Gonzalez, he's a Border Patrol agent. He broke that window.
Okay.
And once again, he showed you on a paper which windows that they were evacuating the kids?
Yes.
And which windows were those?
Windows on the west side of school.
On the opposite side of where you
Yes.
saw the glass breaking out with the shots fired?
You know, it's these windows to these classrooms.
Thank you.
Broke that window, and then we pulled kids out of there, and we just went strategically all the way down, pulling kids out of the windows, breaking windows.
When you
Now, as far as I know, they were given magnets for the interior doors. As to why the exterior doors were unlocked, we haven't been given a straight answer other than it had been relayed to maintenance that outside doors needed maintenance, needed the locking mechanisms looked at. But there's no official record. Now, the school seems to be more that they would see a janitor in passing and tell them about something rather than making an official work order. So it's really not clear as to why the exterior doors were left open.
guys were pulling kids out of the classrooms through the windows, did you notice that any of the kids were injured?
No, none of the kids were injured, yes.
So all of the kids that were on these windows, they were removed safely?
They were removed safely, yes.
Okay, and they were taken to the front of the?
They were taken towards that gate where that I came into.
Okay. During all this time, is there any more gunfire that
No.
you hear? Okay.
Somebody came up and said there's I guess the Vortex team was coming up, and I wanna say somebody said there's gunfire, but I didn't hear it. But somebody said it, you know, just, who said it, I can't tell you, because like I said, there was at least 30 to 40 people hunkered down right there at that entrance, you know, just people waiting to, you know, get there and stuff like that. You know, I guess the Vortex team was waiting for their guys, and, you know, troopers were getting there. Everybody it was just a big old cluster, you know.
Okay. What happened after that?
After that, I guess the Vortex team got there, and I want to say I ran from this location. There's another part of the school here that runs a fence line.
Yes.
I ran there, and I went and got some master keys, Canadian master keys to the classroom.
Who did you grab them from?
Cubish, I know he's one of the mains guys, one of the second guy in command with the mains. I know his last name is Cubish.
Cubish.
Yeah. I actually met him by the cafeteria.
Okay.
Met him there, and he gave me the key, and he said, they're our master or our something. He said, one of those will open all the doors.
Okay.
And those for those of you that are unaware or have just gotten into this trial, the officers were unaware that the teachers did not lock their door. If they are following standard operating procedures, these are doors that lock from the outside with a key and have to be opened by key. They swing out, so officers can't bust them in. They needed a key or special tools to get these doors open. They were all under the assumption that these doors were locked. However, after the fact, we learned through investigation that the doors were unlocked.
Now, you were by the door for 20 to 30 minutes, and then you said you went to...
Auntie M, this is a criminal case. Now, the no duty to protect only applies to adults in the state of Texas. And I believe that Mr. Gonzalez is being charged under a special code of the education statute, which states, or he's basically under different liability because of being a school police resource officer. So he has extra liability to protect children during a school. So that's kind of that. No one tried to see if the doors were unlocked. This was a terrible, cluster F.
Check
Checked up on
Ruben Reese.
Ruben Reese?
Yes.
And you said he was with Lieutenant Vargas?
Lieutenant Hernandez. He was in Lieutenant Vargas' car.
Okay. And Lieutenant Vargas' car. Mariano Vargas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where were they stationed at?
There were, I want to say their vehicle, there was teachers parking right here, they were somewhere in that area.
So there was teachers already coming into the...
No, the teachers were already parked there.
Oh, okay, they were already parked
Right
there.
here.
Okay, so he parked behind the vehicles?
I want to say he's parked somewhere in there, his vehicle's actually still there.
Okay.
It's a black Tahoe.
How long were you there with Ruben Reese and Lieutenant Vargas?
10 minutes maybe.
Just assessing Ruben
Just,
Reese?
yeah, making sure he was okay, because he was like, she's in there, she's bleeding, maybe she called me, I could Ruben calm down, you know, trying to calm him down. But, you know, he was like, I guess in a daze, he was just.
Okay. Is that where you ran to go meet Cubish for the...
Yes, because we have our school radios, and Lieutenant Hernandez called me and said, hey, can you go get keys from the office? So I tried to call Officer Gonzalez on our school radio. She wasn't breaking in the location she was at, and we ended up meeting there at the actual office. And she was looking for keys, and I went and got them from Cubish in the front. So.
Okay. So after you grabbed the keys, where did you go from there?
I went back to
the front?
to actually back right here, and I met Ranger Kendall, and I gave him the keys.
Okay, so you gave the keys to Ranger Kendall?
Yeah.
Yes, we did. We were able to buy his testimony. So it's very interesting. He gets the call on his radio of a 1050, the car accident, while he's over at the park about 5 blocks away from the elementary school. He gets in his car to go check it out since it's near the elementary school. As he's turning on the car and getting ready to put his lights on, he gets over the radio, shots fired. He starts hauling butt. He is a couple blocks away from actually reaching the school when he gets another radio transmission. He's running toward the school. He gets as close to the school as he can and sees one of the entrance gates wide open. Now, it's never supposed to be locked. He drives into the back area because all he's had at this time is that someone is running toward the school and they're armed. He drives around that way and sees a woman running toward the school and she falls down. He goes to her because he thinks maybe all he's heard at this point is someone's running toward the school with a firearm. He doesn't know man, woman, child. As soon as he gets over to her, she tells him he's in all black and she's pointing to where she thinks the gun person is. As soon as he relays or tries to relay on the radio, he's in all black. The gunman has already gotten into the school. He and the other officers that have arrived in the meantime go in and attempt to engage this assailant. They get shot at. 2 officers are injured, so they post up a perimeter and wait and call in for SWAT. So there's a lot of things that went wrong. There was a lot of lack of management. So what did he did what he trained to do, and now he's criminally charged too. I feel like most of people think about the chief and the situation is from the media and all the info. Yeah. So this is a cluster of a cluster. I have a 2-hour stream where I went over just the first week of this cluster F of a trial, and we are on day 6, and we still don't have any reason why this gentleman is uniquely responsible for the crimes the shooter committed.
Okay, what happened after that?
They made entry. Before they made entry, we set up EMS right there at the door, at least 3 or 4 stretchers. And then I grabbed some gloves and they made entry. They said it was clear and they started pulling bodies out and we started, pulling kids out.
During this whole time that you're grabbing the keys, did you ever hear any gunfire?
No.
So the last time you heard gunfire was when you were in here?
Yes, when Lieutenant Martinez got
And you guys pulled back?
Yes.
To the rear? Do you remember who was with Ryan Kendall?
No.
And they made entry through the side door, right? On this one?
Yes, they made entry through there.
How long do you think they were in there for?
I was in there for maybe 3 or 4 minutes, and then they started pulling everybody out. One of the border patrol agents said only medics are allowed in there, to work on kids. And when I walked out, they were working on a misdemeanor. That's right there at the door.
That door,
yes.
okay. So when Kendall made entry with the team, did you go in there with him?
No.
You didn't? No. You stayed on the outside?
I stayed outside with the EMTs.
Okay.
Myself and Detective Luis.
Did you hear any more gunfire after that?
I heard maybe 2 to 3. That was it.
Okay. And they were coming from inside the school?
Yes. Somebody said, hold the line, hold the radio, because they were making entry, so.
Okay.
Right before they made entry. to say that's going to be Officer Michael Water that made that remark. And the voice is kind of, he has this distinct voice that, you know, I can see him behind me. I know he's talking, so I worked with him for several years. So.
Officer Michael
Wally with the Uvalde Police Department. 320.
When they made entry, you stayed by the door, and you said, did they return to the door and start handing you kids, or did you go back in?
No, we actually went in and, I actually went in and tried to see if I could help, but they were just dragging bodies out, you know, taking kids out and stuff.
Who did you go in there with?
I just followed the group that went in, so there- nobody in particular. So. I can tell you right now, I was probably the only CISD in there, besides Chief and, I think just Chief, the Chief was in, I saw Chief in there, so.
Okay.
But I was nowhere near him, so.
So you two, Chief Arado and yourself, were the only ones from?
I want to say from school district that was in there, yes.
But you didn't go in with the initial?
No, I didn't go with entry team, no.
You just waited?
Waited, yes.
Okay. Did anybody come back to open the door, or say it was clear, or anything like that?
They cleared the building, and then I remember giving somebody the keys because they wanted a secondary search to clear the rest of the classrooms.
Okay.
So I know the guys that cleared the hallway where they made the hallway that they came in through. I gave the keys to the guys, and they cleared those. Or I gave mine to Chief Arredondo. I gave them the keys. I go, here's the master keys. And there was 2 master keys out, so they were checking.
Okay.
So.
Ranger Kendall had one of the sets
Yes.
of keys? Okay. How long do you think you waited when they made entry? How long do you think they were?
Gail, he was at the park because the seniors were kind of having a fun end of school kind of thing. And the park is kind of known to have drunks that hang out there. So he was assigned to go with the seniors and make sure that they weren't approached by any kind of randos, and just showed that there was a police presence so the kids could play at this park that had been seeing more kind of random drunk people hanging out in it.
Maybe a couple of minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, yeah.
Before the initial clearing, right?
Yes.
Did you ever fire any rounds
No, sir.
during that conference? Okay, so you didn't fire any rounds?
No.
What were you, is that the uniform you're wearing?
Yes.
Okay, the exact same thing?
Same thing. Minus a tourniquet. I
Okay.
gave a tourniquet to one of the EMTs and one of the Portec guys, and we were grabbing as many as we can, so I gave them mine.
Okay.
Because they were prepping, you know, for the victims.
When you were approached to school, are you guys issued a rifle?
No, sir. We don't
So,
have rifles.
just your sidearm?
Just for sight.
And is that issued, or is that?
That's an issue.
Okay. What kind
It's a Glock 40
of,
by a Gen 5,
model 22?
Model 22.
And how many magazines do you carry?
3 magazines of 15, and then I got 1 in the chain.
Okay. So 46 rounds total?
Yes, sir.
During the entire course of when you first drove in and made contact with the female coach that fell, and then she's giving you direction of where he's at, She never gave you a description?
She just said he was wearing all black.
He was wearing, okay, so she told you he was
Yeah,
wearing all
she
black?
was, he's over there, he's wearing, by the parking lot, wearing all black. And then
Okay.
that's when this round started going on.
Okay. Did you ever see the subject?
No, I never saw him.
Okay. Did anybody that was with you get a glimpse of him?
As far as I know, no.
Do you know if anybody on the entrance here was wearing a body camera? Detective Page, Chief Arredondo?
Maybe Sergeant Coronado was wearing one. I can't guarantee you, but maybe Sergeant Coronado and Sergeant Canales. Because Sergeant Page is the sergeant of, I guess he does internal affairs and stuff like that, and the hiring and stuff like that. So I don't know if they carry, him and Lieutenant Martinez, I don't know if they got a body cam available.
And they're both with
With the
Uvalde PD?
police department.
Okay. That's what's
But Sergeant Canales and maybe Sergeant Coronado may have body cams on.
Yeah, I don't believe that they had phased in body cams at this point for school resource officers. Those other officers might have supplied their own, or because they were higher rank, had them.
I'd like to just clarify something, that way we're on the same sheet. So when you come up here, right, sir?
Yes.
You never see that individual anywhere?
Never see
You've
him.
never seen him
No.
drop anything?
No.
Okay. And as you're entering that door, right, you're hearing gunfire, correct?
No, we never entered the store.
So you never went inside the school?
Never went inside the school till I got coverage over here, then we made entry.
Okay. But as you're standing out here, you're hearing,
I heard,
I want to ask you about the statement he just made, that I never went in until I got coverage.
Yes.
We have been talking for quite some time about cover as a wall or something of that nature, cover
Yes.
from gunfire.
Mhm.
But it's used differently here, is it not?
Yes.
And what does, I didn't go in until I got coverage, what does that mean to you as a police officer?
He didn't make entry until there was other officers covering the west door.
So coverage means other officers
Yes.
covering for you.
Yes.
Except that the other officers were already there, and the officers at the west door had seen the gunman go in and didn't take a shot. So the state is being incredibly disingenuous as to the real factors in this case. They are calculating the hell out of this.
And he didn't say west door, is that correct? He just said coverage.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
or like 3 or 4, and that's what, no, when I went there, no, there's no gunfire.
right. I guess what I'm just trying to make sure I understand is, when you guys went in, right,
Yes,
you were hearing gunfire?
no, not at that time, no.
The gunfire's
Yeah.
done?
Done, and then when we tried, I don't know, like I said, I don't know what Lieutenant Martinez did, then, 7 to 9 rounds go off, and it's, like I said, it's a high, I know it's, I can't say it for sure it's an AR-15, but it's a high-power rifle, you can hear it,
And do you guys take the hallway? What I mean by take the hallway, you guys are inside in the hallway, right?
Yes.
So do you take that hallway? In other words, are you there? Are you ready to go if he comes out?
Yes,
Okay. And then, because there's no radio traffic, and the radios aren't working, do all y'all come out, or just you?
me, Coronado, and I wanna say Page come out. Chief stands in the area where,
Welcome, Baker Raiders. You are coming in during the first interview of Officer Adrian Gonzalez. He is the defendant in this case, and he is explaining what he and his fellow officers did on that day. He was one of the first responding officers. He did go in and engage the suspect, and wasn't able to take him down. But was able to help get children out of the school and find the master key and the map to give them an idea of how the classrooms were situated and how to get into the classrooms. So he did a lot, and he's kind of explaining his own timeline. I would recommend hearing it from his own words, because it really puts into perspective what he knew, when he knew it, and basically by the time he was there and able to do anything about it, the gunman had already gotten into the school. He never saw the gunman. He never had any opportunity to intercept him. Why he's on trial, we do not know. Where the state's going, we have not a clue. We did have one outburst today from a family member. The state's been leaning heavily into a very emotional, very highly charged testimony. So do protect yourself. This is, a hard case. I do notes-only updates at the end of this stream. So if you do have to leave, I'll put up a separate video. It'll be about 20 minutes, and I'll explain what went on today. And you don't have to listen to the kind of awful testimony. So take care of yourself, because we are getting testimony from an officer who was one of the first responders at the scene, and also the defendant.
Where he's trying to make contact with them. He's trying to talk to him, come out and talk to him.
Okay.
That was the last of traffic.
Okay, is he inside the building?
He's inside the building.
So just inside the door, would you
Yeah,
say?
right there, yeah.
Okay, so then the only one left in there at that time is the chief, and then it's you
Yeah.
three are outside.
Yeah, we have the door open and we're holding it.
Okay. All right. And then you're telling us that as you're standing there, you're hearing more gunfire?
No,
The gunfire is over.
the gunfire is over.
All right. I just wanted to clarify that. Your dispatch, will they have audio video recording?
They should have radio recording of it, so,
Or you would come out and say, hey,
yeah,
maybe you mentioned that you would call for backup?
yes. And I wanna say I think Lieutenant Vargas was the first unit I saw, and I told him to come to me, but he, went the other way, and then Sergeant Page came up to my location.
When the rounds are being fired, sir, are you, I don't need the paper, I'm just trying to, as the rounds are being fired, is there a reason why you don't fire?
Because I don't see where the rounds are coming from.
That way we can
Yeah,
explain.
I know they're coming from the back over here, I just don't know where they're coming from. Okay, so.
And you know anybody else that you know of at that time fired?
He's not being interviewed by responding officers. These are Texas Rangers who arrived after the fact, or very close to after the fact. And the Texas Rangers seem to have taken supremacy over this investigation. So he is being interviewed by an officer who was very there after the fact. Yeah, Gail, the majority of the rapid fire and copious amount of shots happened within the first 2 minutes. Unfortunately, this monster went in, shot a heck of a lot, and then basically stopped for a while. Oh, that's right. Everything over here. Love Collective Chat Intelligence. He responded to, and he was assigned to investigate the police involved shooting.
Back, right? Because nobody.
Not that, as far as
At least you.
at least me, I did not fire. Yeah, I did
And
not.
that's because
I didn't see them. I heard them, but I didn't see them. And they're echoing, so I don't know. I know they're coming from the back. I just don't know where from.
When you guys made that entrance in the hallway, there was 4 of you. Did anyone in that group of 4 say, hey, we need to go down this hallway and we need to find this shooter?
No.
No? Did you think about that, or did it ever cross your mind?
It did cross your mind, but we just never. Nobody ever made. We were just covering each other. That's what basically what we're doing. Holding. Covering Chief and covering Page, and then Ronaldo covering us. So. I want to say there was only one AR, and that was Sergeant Canales had the AR. Everybody else had pistols.
Did anybody ever suggest that when Lieutenant Martinez was hit, hey, we need to go grab Lieutenant Martinez, or we need to?
No, because he was actually mobile.
Mhm.
So,
Okay, he was
so,
moving.
yeah, so it was moving, and I wanna say Lieutenant Vargas,
Mhm.
called for EMS.
Okay, was Lieutenant Vargas with them?
He was in the back, I don't know, I didn't see him, so I can't tell you for sure.
You could just hear.
I know he was there because he was the first one that I saw from my location where I was parked,
Mhm.
and I told him to come to me
Mhm.
for cover, because he had the bigger unit, and, but he could,
We have that word cover and unit there, correct?
Correct.
That he saw Pargas, I told him to come to me for cover because he has a bigger unit. Would you tell us what that means?
From what I observed in the interview, I understood that at some point, he may have wanted to use the Lieutenant Vargas's vehicle because it was a bigger unit, bigger vehicle, as coverage if he needed it.
And so he called Pargas over so he could have more cover.
That's correct. But then Lieutenant Vargas went to the west side door, and that's when Sergeant Donald Page went over to Mr. Gonzalez and met him at the south door.
The next car that came was Page.
I believe so.
he deterred and went to that area, and then Sergeant Page is the one that came to me.
And of course, you know, because it's a lockdown, there's still kids
Yes.
in the classrooms.
So that's our concern. Do we fire and, you know, do kids get hit? You know, so we don't know the status of it. I tried to call the office. I know when I was out there and seeing that the kids were in class, and they kept telling me that there was kids in that classroom. So when we came out, which was a school radio.
Now, when you hear the gunshots inside, do you hear any screaming?
No,
Do you hear any teachers calling for help?
no, nothing. By the time we went in, it was quiet. So I don't know, like I said, if they were injured or they were doing what the lockdown is, keeping quiet, so.
Mhm. You know approximately what time the lockdown came into effect through a text or?
Check if it's on the rapture.
Yes, it's very interesting because the state seems to want him to run in, and it's going to sound very crass, but basically be a bullet sponge, but also, you know, be able to do all of this stuff. There were a lot of things that went wrong, and not having good training, not having good leadership. It came out by the last witness that even though the state has claimed that this officer had official active shooter training, they basically, now allegedly, he didn't have the alert standard training. In fact, that is not required of all school officers until 2026 or this year. So he didn't have the gold star standard sort of active shooter training. They had kind of stuff that they had cobbled together themselves, but he didn't have access to the training he was supposed to have as a school resource officer.
Sometimes when the alerts go off, they kind of,
Is that an app?
that's an app, it's a raptor.
How do you spell it?
It's $1132.
At 11:32, and Raptor is,
R8, let's see. Oh, that's it, right? So,
R alert.
R8, yeah.
And you said at what time? 11?
11:32, the school goes on a lockdown. Doesn't give me
And
the
that
teachers
was-
can message and stuff like that, say,
Let me see if I can get back to the timeline, because the state is really doing the timeline quite incredibly wrong. But basically, by the time that the Raptor alert had gone out, according to teachers and teacher testimony, this was after the gunshots had already started being fired. The Raptor alert was late. Had the teachers waited for the Raptor alert or audible sounds from the intercom, it would have been too late. This all happened very rapidly, and the state has not been clear on the timeline. They've been very, very wishy-washy. At sometimes, Adrian Gonzalez has 3 minutes to hang out and play around. If you look closer at the timeline, he didn't even get on or into the school perimeter, the school area, until this person was already shooting at the school.
Say one of the teachers, hey, I sent John Doe to the counselor's office. Does somebody have them? And whoever the counselor can respond, yes, I got her. Or some of the teachers say,
So it's a mass?
It's a mass, yeah. All the teachers are required to log in and set up an account, you know, to their school, so.
Okay. And just to be clear, there was nobody assigned to Robb Elementary on that day?
Nobody was assigned to Robb Elementary.
Is that a normal?
Yes, that's a normal.
Okay. And
And usually we have an early guy, the early shift is from 7 to 9. From 7 a.m. to 4 p.m.
okay.
Okay, that's the early person. The early person does the rounds outside of the high school. Goes and visits the other campuses in the morning.
So there is not one school
There-
that has a permanent officer, as far as you know, here in Uvalde?
The only one that has a permanent officer, that's she's stationed there, is Officer Flores and ourselves. We're at the high school. That's our home base. So, but there's days that, hey, you need to go, you know, the traffic, hey, there's a pursuit coming in. Go stand by Rob or go stand by dual language. We don't get involved in the pursuit. We just make sure nobody comes in and out, because sometimes they just put the campus on secure. On a secure means that if you're inside the building, you're free to move within the building, but nobody outside the building. You know, on a lockdown, everything, lights off, everything out of sight, you know, no communication, no nothing. The teachers are prompted, the principal's prompted to have a password with the teachers and only share it with the teachers. And when he comes on to the intercom, he'll say, okay, password so-and-so, we're good, the secure's been lifted. But he also, the administrators, whoever sets that alarm, can put the school off of lockdown, can close it, so.
And does Uvalde ISD PD have non-commissioned security guard at any of the schools?
We have a security guard at the high school,
Non-commissioned?
non-commissioned. He's just a security, that's his, yeah, he's part of the school district PD, but he's just a security guard. And all he does is basically man the gates, and we'll utilize it for security at the local football games, basketball games, whatever we need, so. He has our authority, he just doesn't have the arresting power, so, yeah.
Does he carry a weapon?
No,
And who's answering?
that's gonna be Chris Sanchez. And he's always at the high school. He's always stationed at the high school. That's his campus.
I am going to speed us up just a little bit because we're a little behind.
So you've been assigned to the Uvalde High School?
Yes.
Correct? On that particular day, or that's your normal?
That's my normal campus, yes.
From 9 to 6?
It
Is that
depends.
the- Okay,
Well,
that can
because-
change?
Yeah, because we have the early shift, which is 7 to 4,
Mhm.
and then we got 8 to 5, and then we have 9 to 6.
How often does it change?
It changes every week. Like this week, I would've been the 9 to 6 guy, so
Okay.
next week I would've been the 7 to 4 guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it goes backwards?
Yeah, it goes, yes. And the only ones that actually utilize that shift are Officer Ruby Gonzalez, Officer Ruben Reese, and myself. The lieutenant usually comes in at 8, chief comes in at 8, and Cecilia, Officer Flores, who's stationed at the Morales, she comes in at 8.
Okay.
Sometimes, we've had an incident where the traffic control at Dalton, the principal refuses to put somebody out there crossing guard, so we do that. So lately, it's been since I think after the holidays, the 8 o'clock guy comes in early and does the traffic control at Dalton from 7 to like 7:45.
Okay.
So we do that, and then we go to the high school.
Okay. Are you allowed to leave the high school?
Yeah.
To go patrol,
Yes,
say, I want to go to the junior high?
And then what I was saying, the early guy, the 7 to 4 guys, does the early rounds, visit all the other campuses, and then the late guy visits all the campuses. So unless there's something major going on, and like I said, sometimes all 3 or 4 of us are have something going on. We're all working something together, you know. So there's not, sometimes we don't do rounds, you know, because we're house there with the administrator. So
Where's the main office for the school district? Department?
it's going to be there at the Uvalde High School.
At the Uvalde High School, that's your main office?
And it's going to be number 1 Kyle Trail.
Number 1, Kyle Trail?
Yes, sir.
Dolly, after the outburst, we did have a little bit longer lunch, so there might have been a request for a mistrial. We're not sure. We haven't been getting a lot of the sidebar or a lot of the out of the presence of the jury arguments. I don't know if that's something that the judge prescribed in this case, that Court TV not cover it, or if Court TV is choosing not to cover it. Not sure. But as far as we know, nothing really happened, and we went on to another witness. So, not sure as of right now. And Callie, there was an outburst. One of the family members, and look, I'm usually not a tinfoil hat person, but the state has been incredibly leaning into the emotionally difficult and hard to listen to testimony. The state's attorney made a rather flippant remark. Some of the big topics in this case have been the fatal funnel. So basically a choke point in which officers could basically make themselves a bullet sponge because they're in a narrow space and they're offering an open target to officers. So fatal funnel and things. And it's come out during the totality of this trial that not only did Adrian Gonzalez approach and engage in trying to engage the suspect in the hallway in Robb Elementary, but he was responsible for getting the master keys and the map that helped them facilitate Bortak making a plan to enter. But he was also helping the children who were stuck on this hallway, but not in the affected classroom with the shooter, get kids out. So it has been very, very kind of confusing to general audiences why he was charged. Well, the state prosecutor made a rather flippant remark about if Adrian Gonzalez had got there in time and engaged the shooter when he was outside the school. Mind you, there were 3 officers that had a clear shot and didn't take it, that he wouldn't need a key or he wouldn't need a map. This has been 6 days of basically the state going, see these dead children? We're the only one that care about these dead children. Won't you please feel bad about these dead children? So they have continuously amped up the emotional kind of rhetoric, the emotional photos, all of these emotional factors. And he made that flippant remark. And one of the teachers was married to one of the police officers. She lost her life. They had to remove this officer, remove his gun, and place him in the back of a patrol car because he wanted to go in, I think, as all of us. And she rightfully, all right, the state wanted this, in my opinion. We're going to tangent off just a bit. The state wanted this because they have not presented a case. We are 6 days into this, and we have heard not one iota of how Adrian Gonzalez is primarily and uniquely responsible for this cluster F. We've heard the opposite. In fact, that he engaged, with the shooter, that he attempted to get children, or that he got children out, that 2 of his colleagues were shot in attempting to get this gunman out of the way. That he was in charge of calling SWAT. He was in charge of finding the keys and finding the map. The state wants this unstated, implied pressure. They want every single one of those jury members to remember that woman's outburst and put themselves into a position where they're going to say, he's not guilty, but how do we not punish someone? How do we not, how do we let someone go with all this pain? This is pressure. It's the same thing that happened look, I'm not getting political, so y'all, but the Derek Chauvin case, the Rittenhouse case, when the media was trying to figure out the jury, this is this implied social pressure that if you let this man go, how are you going to explain this to the parents? And the state, again, is really pulling on those heartstrings. This prosecutor is worse than Binger, and I never thought I would actually say that, but this is like if Binger gets more obnoxious as he grows older.
The chief has his office there, along with his administrative secretary, and we call it the squad room. So she's at, and then all three, Lieutenant Hernandez, Officer Reese, Officer Gonzalez, and myself have our own independent offices.
Okay.
And we're scattered throughout the inside of the high school.
So the school district police department, you said is the chief, I remember lieutenant, 3 police officers, plus the female that recently just left.
Yes, 4 officers.
Okay, so it would have been a total of 6, like you said.
Yes.
But right now it's 5.
Yes,
Okay. And how many marked units do you have?
6 units.
6 units? So every officer.
Well, actually, there's only, the 3 Ford Fusions are marked, and Officer Reese is marked, but he has a gold decals.
Okay.
And chief and the lieutenants are just explorers, they're explorers. They have red and blue lights and sirens, but no decals on them.
Because they don't.
Wait a minute, we're giving our police officials Ford Fusions? I have one of those and it sucks. It goes from 0 to 60 in 3.5 weeks. No wonder he couldn't get there in time. Giblets. I thought you get a Crown Vic or something with, I don't know, some horse. Like, I don't know anything about cars, but I'm going to tell you the Ford Fusion sucks balls, okay? I have one.
Traffic stop.
We don't get it. We don't.
Okay. So just to be clear, every independent school district police officer has a way to be mobile.
Yes.
Okay. And they're all take-home units.
They're all take-home units.
Okay. So at any given time, you can respond from your house.
Yes.
If there's an emergency. And you get, that's within your policy, I guess your police department allows you, hey, you hear something major.
Yes.
You can respond.
Yes. Yeah. And most of the time, we'll hit the radio traffic, and we have like a group text saying, hey, there's a pursuit coming in.
Mhm.
They're coming in, and they're going to be by either the dual language, which is on 90 West. It's closer, it's a block away from 90 West, about 1,000 blocks, so it's there. So if we know it's coming that way, we'll start going to that area. If it's coming off of 83 South, we'll generate towards the Rob area. The early guy that's just driving around patrolling, well, that's their job. You know, if we need to come out more, we'll pull the one that's doing the traffic at Dobson, we'll go assist, you know.
Going back to when you and the officers were breaking the windows here by the teacher parking lot,
Yes.
did you notice that there was anything on the ground? Anything that
No.
someone may have dropped?
No, not until after the fact, somebody says that, hey, there's a bag there and it's full of AR magazines, but which officer said that? I couldn't tell you right now. Possibly wearing green, maybe the camouflage, I don't know.
Okay.
So,
But it was after everything, kids were getting
yeah,
evacuated?
kids were getting evacuated. The last classroom, I was closer, I was checking on Ruben again, and I was more towards the back. So the kids were running, so I was just telling them to go run towards it.
When you guys were over here on the last
That's
class?
one of the last classroom, yes.
Okay, because they were pulling them out of the window?
Yes.
So you kind of guiding them?
Yeah.
Hey, run this
Yeah,
one.
on that last classroom, I was kind of further back and I was guiding the kids out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember how many windows you guys cleared? How many classrooms?
I want to say 4.
4?
I say 4, you know, but it could have been more.
Okay. And I'm not looking for a precise number.
Yeah, no, I want to say 4.
Okay,
We opened one, and I want to say I observed them break 3 windows.
okay. And this is after you guys came back outside to regroup?
Yeah.
When the shots were fired
Yeah.
inside?
When the shots, no more arrows, no more firing.
You know who suggested, hey, let's
I
start?
want to say it was Sergeant Page,
Sergeant Page
Yeah.
said, okay.
and I want to say Corporal or Detective Landry too. His rank is a corporal with the Uvalde Police Department.
When you guys were doing this, did you ever see Lieutenant Martinez or Canales outside?
No,
Right, so-
I know, I heard the traffic, like I said, Lieutenant Vargas called for an ambulance to have one of the officers check, and he got checked out, and I guess he came back and joined the crowd, so.
Okay.
So, but like, by then, it was massive, you know, there was officers everywhere, so.
Okay. So you exit, you're standing by the door, right? And then how many minutes go by before you guys start evacuating the kids, opening these windows?
I say maybe 15, 20 minutes we're out there,
Mhm.
and then we started pulling kids out, about 5 to 10 minutes after that.
Was that before or after you went to go check up on Grease and Lieutenant Vargas? Because he was in the unit, right? With,
He was inside Lieutenant Vargas' unit, yeah.
So did you clear the classrooms and then go check on Grease, or did you check on him first? and then-
I wanna say we cleared some of the classrooms first, and then I went to go check on him.
Some of the classrooms?
Well, yeah, because then I went to go check on him after we cleared 2, and like I said, the other agencies started clearing them out.
Okay. So when you started clearing these windows, how many officers do you think are in the area already? Is it more than just you four?
Oh, yeah, there's
Okay,
at least 40 to 60.
okay.
Yeah.
So there was plenty of
Yes,
officers
yeah, yeah,
to help,
yeah.
and you went and checked up on?
Yes.
Okay.
I wanna say I helped with two of the, one window was the first, like I said, the first classroom, the closest one to that door, back door. That's when we opened, and we were let kids out, and I actually pulled the curtains. There was, the teachers have curtains, I pulled the curtains out, the kids were getting tangled up.
Okay.
And then the second one, when they broke it,
Okay.
they broke it with a baton.
Mhm.
I wanna say he does undercover work for the Border Patrol. His last name's Gonzalez, maybe Louis Gonzalez.
Mhm.
He's a special agent. He's always driving an Impala. That's why I know who he is.
I mean, he's not doing undercover anymore. Or driving an Impala, I hope.
Okay.
And then Coronado started breaking with the baton. And I remember pulling kids out because the glass was broken. And then that's when I kind of went towards Ruben to make sure he was okay.
Mhm.
And then, like I said, I was further back with Lieutenant, and Lieutenant, he was inside the vehicle.
Mhm.
And then that's when they started pulling more kids out, and I just started guiding them.
Okay. And the vehicle's right behind the teacher parking lot?
I want to say the teachers are parked there, and I want to say maybe 1 or 2 rows of teachers, and Lieutenant Vargas' vehicle's there. It's a black Tahoe,
Okay.
all blacked out.
All right.
I don't even think it has decals on it,
Okay,
and it's an older model Tahoe.
all right. Commissioner Young? No? Is there anything you want to add or something you think you might want to know?
And now that I can sit back, I went tunnel vision, like I said, with the lady that was running. Like I said, they said they were running to the school, and that's where I saw, and, you know, I knocked in. You know, that was my mistake, but it was just the adrenaline rush going.
So the mistake was when he had because all he knows right now, again, he doesn't know man, woman, furry, Zimzer. It's 2022 at this point. He doesn't know who the person is that's running toward the school with a force multiplier. He sees a woman dressed in bright colors running toward the school. Again, he has no idea who this person's supposed to be. Then he sees her fall. So he got tunnel vision and went directly toward her because he saw someone running toward the school. At the moment he's driving up, the gunman is between 2 black cars. The gunman is dressed in all black. As Adrian Gonzalez is driving parallel to the black parked cars, the gunman is in between them hiding. So he went towards movement because all he knows is someone running. I don't know if this is where the state thinks that they've got the smoking gun. I'm not sure.
You know, shots fired and stuff like that, so it was just, you know. Because on the radio it said there was a lady shot in the head on Diaz Street, which is 2 blocks down, but I didn't know that the relationship on that.
So that call came in?
Also remember that the assailant, the monster, had shot his grandmother in the head just 2 streets away. So Officer Gonzalez is getting, someone shot in the head over here, woman running. He doesn't know. The dispatch sounds chaotic. No one seems to know what they were doing. Even listening to 911 calls, it's the dispatch is incredibly chaotic in the background.
That call came in when the accident came in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it a few minutes apart?
I want to say it was within minutes of each other. You know?
Okay.
I want to say the first call came in of a 1050,
Mhm.
a guy wrecked into the bar ditch.
Okay.
And then the call come out that he had a gun and he was running towards the school. So, and then they say, hey, there's also a lady shot in the head on Diaz Street. She's been shot in the head, so.
Okay. Okay. So at the beginning of the interview, that 1050 that you're talking about, was that the pickup truck?
That's a pickup truck.
That
It
they're
was
calling in?
brown in color, almost
Okay,
like a.
so that's why you're responding to
Yes,
Rob Elementary
yes.
School? Okay. Jordan Street, okay.
Well, I'm responding because they say the guy's running to the school. I didn't respond to the accident. That's a PD traffic. I'm going over because they say the guy's going to the school and has a gun.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I'm going, that's why I'm responding to the school.
Okay.
So from that bar ditch, he would have went into this gate, correct? And if he's walking and you're coming in, you saw the lady, so you really never saw him.
No.
I mean,
No, I have tunnel vision on her. I shot at her. I went at her.
You said she's a female coach, right?
Female coach,
Short black hair?
short black hair,
Okay.
maybe named Natalie, I'm not sure.
Okay.
And she was wearing like a peach, maybe orange shirt,
Mhm.
maybe khaki shorts, white shorts, I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
But once you made contact with her, she kept telling you
Yeah,
guys running this way?
he's over there and he's by the teacher parking lot. He's
Mhm.
wearing black, and then that's when shots started going, but I never saw him.
So really, when you and now, so now I'm starting to understand that. So this is the building, right? This is the school. And teachers park like this, facing the wall?
Yes.
Okay.
Some
You
going,
said-
some in reverse, some are
Okay.
facing forward. Yeah.
So they could be facing this way,
Yeah.
that way,
I
whatever.
want to say the last vehicle was a black vehicle.
Blank, okay. And you said there's 2 rows?
I want to say there may be a second row.
There might be a second row, pretty spaced out?
Yes,
To give these
yeah,
people maybe-
because I think
assuming-
the only, and like I said, I'm not saying for sure, but I think only the teachers that are housed in that back room
In this
and that building are the ones that park there.
Okay. But on occasion, you remember seeing that there may be a second?
Yeah, there may be a second row. Yeah.
So the fence line runs something like this, and then here, the horseshoes.
Yeah, for the
Like
school
the-
buses.
like the half moon, and then the fence comes down this way, and you have let's call it a culvert, that concrete
Yeah, yeah.
drainage ditch?
Yes.
Okay, and the truck's facing this way, right?
The actual front of the truck is
Yes.
facing southbound.
Southbound?
Yes.
That way?
Yes.
Okay, the tree line? Okay. And this gate's wide open?
Yes, that's the gate I come through.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, if the female's about right here, the door, and then there's a walkway, because there's a pavilion, I know that. I
There's
saw
a tree
big
there. Yeah, there's a tree.
Pretty big tree, right, it gives a lot of shade.
I want to
I saw it
say,
yesterday, so.
there's 2 trees. There's a tree more closer, I want to say there's a tree closer to the basketball court. But
Okay.
the one I'm talking about, maybe about 12 inches wide, 13 inches wide.
Because there's a sidewalk right here, right, in front of the classrooms, that goes into this door?
A sidewalk,
Or is there trees here?
there's trees there,
Okay, and then you have vehicles.
vehicles.
So you come
As-
in, you hear there's a subject.
As hard as it was to make this argument, the defense has brought up that the quick action of this officer and other officers with him to keep him pinned down in rooms 111 and 112 did save the school from him being able to go and wander through hallways. That doesn't lessen the enormous tragedy of 19 children and 2 teachers losing their lives, but it does put into perspective just how much worse it could be had they not challenged him and kept him in those rooms. As devastating as this loss was, it could have been worse, and that's horrifying.
Running
Yes.
into the school. Did they get a description?
No.
Just,
She gave me the description.
she gave you the
She-
description, or the radio?
No description.
So when you're coming in, you notice this
I
vehicle
see the
crashed
vehicle,
out,
yes.
and then she's wearing orange or
And she's
peach.
right, yeah,
So you drive in all the way up here, right?
yes.
Do you think it's possible that maybe when you were driving up, the subject could have been behind cars and
He
trees?
could have been, like I said,
But you never saw
I
it?
never saw him.
Okay. Okay, now I understand. And that weird curve is right here, right?
Yeah, and like I said, I never saw him make entry,
Mhm.
so, but that's the gate I came in because it was wide open, you know?
So it just makes sense to go into there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because my thing is, the radio traffic said he's running towards the school,
Mhm.
and, you know, the girl, the coach, short hair, you know? I wanna say maybe
Somebody could
between
have taken her.
65, 100 yards away from me.
Mhm.
You know, I don't have great vision, you know, but it's not bad, but I can see somebody running, you know, and just, I went on her.
You wear glasses?
They call shooting glasses, because to shoot.
Okay, but not like reading.
No, no, not
prescription
reading glasses, no, no.
Contacts?
No,
Okay,
no.
all right, just checking. This road right here,
Geraldine.
Geraldine, okay. And this would be Old Paris?
Old Paris.
Okay.
And where the truck wrecked out, that's gonna be Grove Street.
Grove Street over here, or
Yes.
this, the one that cuts it?
The one, yeah, one intersection right there.
Okay.
That's
Grove
usually,
Street.
yeah.
Okay.
And it's a little bit off, so I wanna say
Yeah, it's not a perfect.
it's not a perfect team, because just what I saw was more towards, if you're looking at the rail system, the one more to the right-hand side. Looking at it, the right-hand side had more damage
Okay.
than anything else, you know.
All right. Okay.
You know, I wanna say the driver's side door was open, but, you know, I can't tell you for sure, but,
Mhm.
you know, at quick glance, you know,
Mhm.
radio traffic said they were running to the school, so that was my priority, you know,
Yeah.
so,
No, there's a lot going on.
oh, yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and terminate the interview.
Okay.
It's approximately 5:46 PM, and we're gonna stop the interview this time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to finish that, I don't know how much more he has on direct, but go ahead and take your afternoon recess, take about 10 minutes, and we'll bring you back in. Everyone rise for the jury. I'm gonna appoint you.
Okay. And we can zip right through.
And I met with my lieutenant.
Okay. Sorry, it looks like we're coming back to cross. I will say that the defense has been great at cross, taking the witnesses that the state has brought on for very specific purposes and getting a lot more information and kind of perspectives from law enforcement that I don't think the state intended them to get.
Ranger Bernardo, my name is Jason Goss. I'm one of the attorneys for Adrian, representing him. You and I don't know each other, but I do have a few questions for you about the statement that you took. I guess the first question, if I could, maybe you have it up there with you, maybe you don't, but do you remember how many different people's statements you took?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you have a rough estimate of how many?
I couldn't even tell you.
Like, was it more than 10?
Yes, sir.
You think it was more than 50?
Close, but I wouldn't be able to tell you.
And I guess, you know, it's not like a gotcha moment on you. I just want to make sure that it's clear that you took statements from a lot of different people who were involved at the scene on that day, right?
Correct.
And as far, I didn't really get to see, I know that you responded, because you responded there and you started taking statements as one of your duties. Were you, I guess, what time do you remember getting there? Did you get there on the 24th?
Yes, sir.
Did you get there while it was still ongoing, meaning before they shot the suspect or the shooter or the killer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember when?
I don't remember exactly how long I was there before the suspect was shot and killed.
Right. And so if I could just walk back through it, what were you doing when you first got there? I know you might have answered it, Tim, but I don't think I caught it.
When I got the call from my supervisor, we responded from Crystal City in Uvalde County. So by the time we arrived, it took us a while to get there. I don't remember exactly how long we were on the road for. But by the time I got there, we ended up parking on the south side of Robb Elementary on Old Carrizo Road. We couldn't proceed any further because of all the law enforcement officers that had already arrived. And we're blocking Old Carrizo Road and Geraldine, which is north of Robb Elementary.
Yes, every single one of those 377 officers that arrived to do jack diddly crap clogged up the arteries of the roads. When Bortak, the people that actually neutralized the threat, came in, they had to ram police cars out of the way. This was a clusterfuck of unimaginable proportions. It will be studied for years how not to do all the things.
So we met on Old Carrizo Road. We pulled off, and I met with my lieutenant. And at that point, my lieutenant was just trying to gather as much information that he could from one of our rangers that was actually inside Robb Elementary during the event.
Okay. So do you know which ranger was inside Robb Elementary?
Yes, sir. The Texas Ranger Ryan Kendall.
Okay, and I think that we get a reference on that from Adrian's statement. Ryan Kendall was the ranger that Adrian went and, I guess, gave the master key to.
Correct.
All right, and so one of the rangers, was that the only ranger that was inside the school?
I believe so.
Yeah, and, I mean, if it wasn't, I might come back later and go, oh, there was another guy there, but just to your knowledge, he was, to your knowledge, the only one that was there.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Right, and then, as far as rangers outside of the school, do you know how many of you guys were outside of the school or kind of in that mass of law enforcement?
Upon arrival, it was myself and my lieutenant, and then there was multiple rangers arriving at different times, but I couldn't give you an exact number.
Okay, that's fair. The reason I say that is because in some of these parts where Adrian said, well, we were waiting here, went to get kids out here, and then we were waiting here, or right before the breach, I was waiting over here or standing over here. That would also apply to all the rangers that were out there. They were waiting. They didn't breach and go in, the ones that you're talking about that were outside of the school, including yourself.
Correct.
Right. So you were also like kind of out there waiting right before the breach happened, wherever you were. You agree with that?
When I arrived, I was immediately given an assignment because
The assignment was not take care of the bad guy, doofus. Like, don't sit here and try. I was doing my best, doofus. No, it was not take care of, eliminate bad guy. End of story.
we couldn't approach the school anymore because of the traffic on Old Carrizo and Geraldine Street. But immediately after arriving, there was students from those classrooms running south across the field on Robb Elementary towards Old Carrizo Road. So we gathered uniformed officers to kind of keep them off the street and get them to an empty lot, that's south of Robb Elementary. So I was assigning troopers to stay with the kids and put up crime scene tape so we wouldn't have non-essential personnel coming into that lot because of the safety of the kids. And I was instructing the uniform officers to get with the homeroom teachers if they could and make sure that the kids at least could find their school teacher so we could make arrangements to have them bust from that area that was already cleared by law enforcement to get them evacuated out of that neighborhood and get them somewhere safe.
And this is still when that monster's in the classroom alive with those kids, right? In 111.
Yes, sir.
Right. And here's why I say it. I don't say it to say that you were doing wrong by not rushing yourself and going into the room. It's that you had other assignments that you were assigned by a supervisor, right, when you first got there.
Yes, sir.
And you were helping the kids that were able to get out. It's important also that they remain safe in an active situation. Do you agree with that?
Correct.
Right. Because, like training can be twisted around to say, well, if you knew the location, your training, alert training says it's your job to run over there and run into the classroom. I mean, training can be twisted that way. You would agree with that?
I wouldn't say that the training could be twisted. Every chain of events is going to have a particular way of how you treat it in a critical incident.
Sure, and I guess what I mean is that if you just took the training as, we've seen and kind of heard from different parts of the training, if you just took the training as it is, the training doesn't say on alert active shooter, because he's still an active shooter at this time that you're there, right?
There were no gunshots being fired when I arrived. So we were still gathering information as to, there was information that it was an active shooter, and then there was information that it was a barricaded subject,
right,
and possibility of a hostage situation. So there's still phone calls being made and information being processed that we needed to get, so we knew what proper steps that we need to do.
And I want to key in on that.
Okay, again, you'll have to excuse me. I do have these tismy things where I just notice stuff because my brain's like that. He has looked incredibly tense this entire time. Very defensive. I don't generally believe in bodyology, but his shoulders have been way up. He looked like he was ready for a fight, like he knew that he was going to be questioned. And this is really the biggest hurdle that the state has. Why are we going after Adrian and not those schmucks in the hallway? Because the state, we are 6 days in, and they have yet to make a concise argument about why Adrian is uniquely responsible. Oh, are we writing things down? Oh, he's bringing in the timeline.
Because I think it was I think
Suspenders. I never thought I'd say this to a ginger man that wasn't Ed Sheridan, but I think I have a crush on you. If he goes timeline with the big post-it thing, if you're new here, I may have a slight office supply addiction. Mr. Mo says I can't have a giant poster board or post-it thing. One of my things in my bucket list is to get one of those mofos for no reason. But like I said, talk binder to me. That's why Alessi was so sexy. I was like, oh my God, he has a 3-ring binder. Be still my heart. Okay, no tangent.
you made it good.
Ooh, 50 Shades of Office Space.
I think you made a good distinction. So what I said is I said, well, when you got there, there was still an and I wrote here one. There was still an active shooter.
Why can't I have both? But Mr. Mo does make that exact argument when I ask for the poster or post-it note thing. So fair point.
And you said, well, yes, but we were getting information of, can you repeat that?
Of a barricaded subject.
I had to throw away my murder board in order to get my chalkboard, and I have 3 whiteboards and a mini whiteboard here. So yeah, like I said, this has been, while we're tangenting, your guys' support to get me the scribe, or help me pay for the scribe has been great, because Mr. Mo thanks you. I have not bought a notebook in 3 weeks, which is a look, if you knew me, this is a real achievement.
And then what was the other one you said?
The hostages.
A potential hostage situation.
Potentially, yes.
Now, you would agree, because you've had the same, I guess, you as a ranger, you get the same types of trainings that any law enforcement officer in the state of Texas would get through TCO.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, it's not like rangers are special or different in the sense that, I mean, you might take different trainings, but at least you're getting the same kind of active shooter training, hostage training, barricaded subject training.
Correct.
All right. And you know that the trainings teach you to respond to these in different ways.
Correct.
Right, because if a person is barricaded, you don't necessarily respond to them as if they were an active shooter.
Correct.
If it's a potential hostage situation, you don't necessarily respond to it as if it's an active shooter or a barricaded subject.
Correct.
Okay, and so the reason I say that is because, and I'm not faulting you, I think that you would agree with me that there was a lot of confusion about what was happening out there, right?
Correct.
Yeah, because if you're getting conflicting accounts of, okay, this is an active shooter, okay, no, it's a barricaded subject, or here, we're hearing it's a possible hostage situation. They have people, I guess, you may not know, but it would be consistent on a hostage situation if somebody's kind of trying to talk to the shooter, saying, hey, come out, don't do this, those kind of things, trying to negotiate, like that would be more similar to a hostage situation, right?
Correct.
Okay. You wouldn't do that with an active shooter. You don't go, hey, please, will you stop shooting, right? Your training for that tells you to do something different.
Correct.
Okay. So the idea is that you guys, as the Rangers, and all these other officers on scene, it is a chaotic and confusing scene. You would agree with that?
In the observation or the investigation, there was a lot of events that were happening. And going back to the active shooter, barricaded subject, and the potential hostage situation, in the alert training, it's very important for the first officer that arrives that he's the one that initially decides, is this an active shooter or a barricaded subject, and then acts according to the alert policies that they've been taught.
Sure, I understand that, but I guess I guess, and you're assuming that, I guess Adrian is the first one that arrived?
Based on the investigation that I did and the statement that I took from Adrian, that's what I was led to believe.
Sure. And I'll tell you.
Now, Adrian did not have access to the alert training. The school district made an amalgamation. Honestly, what it looked like to Nick and I is they got enough of the alert training that they could pretend they were making a class, but they didn't take enough of the alert training to have to pay for the actual licensed alert training. I don't, there's a lot of crazy, and the layers just keep coming off of how incredibly insane and without planning this entire situation was.
That you're right by about 25 seconds, right? So, but let's talk about the first ones to arrive. If I can use this map. Because when we're talking about a school, it's the first one maybe to arrive like on the grounds of the school, that's one thing. But also, you could have the first ones to arrive on the same side of the school as the shooter and seize the shooter. Like, that would be different, right?
Correct.
Right, because somebody could arrive over here on this very back side of the school, and they could be the first ones here, but not know anything that's going on over here. You would agree with that?
Correct.
Right, because if by necessity, the first one to arrive is not getting radio traffic from other people who are there that's telling him this is where the person is, or descriptions, or whatever else, right?
Correct.
Maybe they've talked to a witness, and we'll talk about that. But I guess the idea is that there is the first to arrive, but there's also the first to actually law enforcement to see the shooter and what the shooter is doing, right? And that would be different.
Can you reword the question?
Sure. And let's just talk about it how it went, because we've been pointing at this map, for 2 weeks. But you know that Adrian's down here. That's when he arrives. This is where he is.
Correct.
Okay. You also know from your investigation that there were 3 officers that were right here: Mendoza, Saucedo, Coronado.
I don't recall physically, or talking to any of them that were actually there. Any of the 3 officers that you just named were at that intersection. That's information that I learned later.
Okay.
But I never got to interview any of the officers.
Okay. But you do know the information. You learned it.
Yes.
Okay. And that's kind of what I'm going to be talking about is what because if you have the information, they need the information. So I'll talk about the information you have now. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you know now that you got these 3, and they arrived about 25 to 30 seconds after Adrian arrives here. Right?
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. But you do know there's 3 here.
Again, it's information that was given to me secondhand, so I've never verified it or checked it.
Well, I can tell you that it's true, and if it wasn't true, they would say it's not true. I'm telling you it's true.
Okay.
Okay. So, but I guess here's what I mean by that.
This is another thing that has been very, very notable in this trial. All of the investigation in this case has been very segmented. Rangers from all over the state were assigned to little bits. We have yet to hear from an overall investigator or chief that was in charge that kind of had an overall view. Yeah, he's an investigator, but everything was piecemeal. It's almost like it was by design that no one had a full idea of what went wrong. I don't know if that was for liability, if it was, this is how they always do mass casualty incidents. I don't know, but it has been incredibly piecemeal. Officers don't know anything about the case. They only sort of know about their part. They're not aware of things that you would think would be part of the investigation they ran. It's been incredibly odd how they've brought up these officers and what these officers have covered.
And this is what I mean. The training you can use training in a lot of different ways. Like, well, our training says the first to arrive. Well, I guess that's true, but if you're the first to arrive by 2 seconds and you don't have a line of sight to the shooter, then that may not be the person who has to determine whether or not it's an active shooter, right? It would be the first to arrive that actually has line of sight and can see what's going on and knows what's going on.
Correct.
Right. And so because it's not like this black and white rule that if your car gets there first, wherever it gets on the school campus, that you're the person that has to determine it. Because like I said, if you're in locations that can't see what's happening, you may not have the best information. It may be other people who arrive a little bit later than you, but have better information about what's happening.
Correct.
Okay. And so because I want to talk a little bit about, the nature of the nature of interviews. As part of, and let's just talk about what set the scene of when you did that interview. You did that interview on May 25th, 2022.
Correct.
Which is, I mean, was it less than 24 hours or a little more than 24 hours after this thing occurred?
A little more than 24 hours.
Okay. And you know, and you've heard, I'm sure, that interviewing anybody who's gone through something like this, that soon after, it's not the most advisable thing as far as getting the most accurate information. You've heard that.
That would depend on the officer that's been involved in that critical incident.
Okay, sure. I mean, there's some that may be fine and, you know, that can accurately recall all the details. But you have heard, I'm sure now, that there's like advice that says, look, you need to wait 72, sometimes 4 or 5 days until after that before interviewing somebody.
That's usually done when officer's been involved in an officer-involved shooting that's used as a weapon or things of that nature. Because of the scope of this the scope of this investigation, how large it was, we needed to get as much information as quickly as possible because we needed to ensure that the suspect that was shot and killed at Robb Elementary didn't have co-conspirators. So that was the urgency of trying to interview to gain as much information as we could.
Yes, and do not get me wrong. I'm not saying you shouldn't have done that. You should have done that. You needed to do that. That's not the issue. You got to interview people when you got to interview them, especially if there's a potential threat out there. And I remember, and I know even from the time, but I know that you guys were looking for any other Confederates, anybody else that could have helped him or been a part of that or knew about it before he did it, right? That was a big part of what we
That's correct.
Right. So you have to do it. But I guess what I'm saying is that if you can acknowledge that, yeah, sometimes the circumstances mean we can't do best practices, and that also may mean that we're interviewing somebody who's gone through a traumatic event, right? And so you have time compression and all those other things that you know can happen to police officers or others when involved in a situation like this, right?
Correct.
Right, because an officer-involved shooting, it's not necessarily tied to the fact that an officer has had to use their gun and fire their gun. It's tied to the fact that they're in a situation where either they fired their gun or they've been fired upon.
Correct.
Right, or they believe they've been fired upon, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that Adrian told you in the interview was these shots are starting to get fired, but he cannot see the shooter and he doesn't know where they're coming from.
Well, that's not exactly accurate. Or if I may, when I'm interviewing Mr. Gonzalez, he says that he's talking to the female teacher that's running and falls on the ground, and he drives up to her, and when he's talking to her, she's telling him he's over there, and she's pointing towards the teacher parking lot, and you can hear that in the interview. We go back several times because I'm not familiar with Robb Elementary. I've never been to that campus before May 24th, and that is not his regular place where he's stationed. We got that out of the way right at the beginning of the interview. So we're going back and forth where I need to draw a map and I need to get my bearings too, so I know exactly what Mr. Gonzalez is talking about and what door he's talking about and which door he walked into and where other details, right? But
Sure.
that was the whole point of having the map and just going back and forth. But he does recall that he's talking to the female teacher. He turns around and immediately starts hearing rounds go off that he later describes as he believed were gunshots in the interview, right? Just to clear. And he says,
my question, if you would go back, because you kind of answered a long way around.
Okay.
My question was, he was clear that he did not see the shooter and didn't know where the shots were coming from, specifically, because you can't know where the
Okay.
shots are coming from if you can't see the shooter shooting. You understand? You get that, right?
so it's a two-part question that you're asking me. He never saw the shooter.
Never
You're
saw the
correct.
shooter.
No.
Never saw the shooter.
Never saw the shooter. When he hears the rounds, he says they're being muffled. He goes, and I know that they're coming from behind the building.
Right. Okay, so let's talk about it. This is behind the building, right, from where he is.
Yes.
This is behind the building.
Yes.
This is behind the building.
Mm-hmm.
This is behind the building. All of these are behind the building from where he is. If he's looking here, that's behind the building. You would agree, a shot coming from here.
Yes.
Okay. And this is behind the building, and this, so all I'm saying is that that's not, saying behind the building does not say, I know where these shots are coming from. He knows a general area that covers about half a mile where they could be coming from. But he doesn't know exactly where the shots are coming from because, and we'll talk about it, he even mentioned it. He says because there's echo, right?
Correct.
He said there's echoing. Now, when we talk about echo, you know this as an officer. The gunfire, gunshots, especially a gunshot that comes out of a rifle, such as the one that this murderer was using, are loud. You would agree with that?
They are loud. Yes.
Very loud. Right?
I agree.
Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't fire one intentionally if you could help it without using ear protection.
Correct.
because they're so loud it can damage your ears. Now, if you're using it in the field and you have to, you're not maybe going to put on ear protection, you deal with it. But they're that loud that you would protect your ears if you could while firing one of these, like on a range or something like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you also know that gunfire, because you're trained in this, that gunfire will echo off of structures if there are structures around, right?
I've never received that type of training where it specifically talks about the report of a firearm being shot, that it bounces off. I understand there's echoes, but
No, that's exactly what an echo is, doofus. It's the bouncing of sound waves off of a solid surface. That's the definite. Sorry, I may be getting to the end of my rope with stupid questions and stupid answers. If the state could tell their witnesses one thing, or lawyers could tell their witnesses one thing, during cross, don't fight the obvious stuff. Admit that an echo is a thing, made by sounds bouncing off a hard surface and reflecting back. Don't fight the defense on this. Yeah, he has a wannabe right. Forever. Looks like we're 7 minutes behind.
that I've received formal training, I know exactly where it's coming from or how far.
Yeah, let's talk about your experience, because there's been a lot of officers before that have testified, and they talked about it. It's common that an echo, what will happen is that the sound will bounce off of a structure, and it can enter your ear in a different place than it's actually coming from because of the echo. Have you had a personal experience with that, like firing rounds and maybe hearing like it sounded like 2 rounds when it was only 1 because of the echo?
No, sir.
Ever. Have you ever been in a place that had an echo, and even when you're a kid, and said, hello, 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 hello? Have you done that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't make light of it. It's just, I'm trying to gather, you do have experience with echo.
Yes.
And you understand the process, that sound bouncing off of things and then coming back to you.
Understood.
So I put out hello, and it comes back hello.
Yes.
Okay. Gunfire can be the same. Gunfire reports bouncing off of structures can cause a human being not to understand or know exactly where it's coming from. Because the echo, if the echo's coming in their right ear, something that's being fired on their left side could sound like it's coming from the right. You understand that as a concept, even
Yes.
if you haven't been formally trained in it.
Yes.
And that can throw off the human body's ability to understand and locate where gunfire's coming from. You understand that?
Yes.
And he actually, the day after this happened, he told you that that's what he was experiencing. He was experiencing echo, which caused him not to be able to understand where the gunfire was coming from. Right?
Correct.
Except behind the building somewhere. Now, these officers here, I don't know, I guess I'll see if you found out later, but these officers here actually, when the shooter is shooting into the windows here, these officers here believe that the gunfire is actually being fired at them. Did you know that later?
No.
Okay, that they were like ducking and diving under their cars because they thought that the gunfire was coming at them when it was going the opposite way, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if that's the case, you would understand that because of the concept of echo, he's firing at a building, it's bouncing off the building, and they believe that the gunfire is coming in their direction, and that would make sense to you.
Yes.
Right? The only thing that you could really figure out, like, oh no, he's not firing at us, is if you see him, and you see the shooter, and they're firing in this location, and you realize, okay, the gunfire is going that way, not coming at us, right?
Correct.
Okay, but if you cannot see him, you're still in that problem of trying to echolocate, where these shots are being fired. And I would point that out to say, to go with what you were talking about, one of the things you said to Adrian, there's a lot going on out there, right? That can add anything that can affect your sensory perceptions of what's happening is just added into the mix of a lot going on out there. You would agree?
Correct.
Right, and and you've been trained, and I know you've been trained on this because all police officers have to know that if you're in this situation, you will start to have an adrenaline dump, right? And you've heard that term or something like that. Increased levels of adrenaline going through your body.
Yes.
And then with an adrenaline dump, it can affect the way that you are hearing things and the way that you are seeing things and the way that you perceive time. You have heard that.
Yes.
Time can go very slow or it can speed up very fast for you at different times.
Correct.
Even the same person could experience time going very slowly and then going very quickly. And the reason they tell you guys that is because they say, look, you need to understand and know this so that you can expect it and then control it to the best of your ability.
Correct.
Right, because if they didn't teach all that, and you guys and something like this happened to you, it might distort your ability to respond, right?
Correct.
Right, because of how that's going. So he's telling you that he hears banging. He's saying like he's somewhere behind the building. I don't know where they're coming from. I can't see him, but I know it's somewhere behind the building. Then he does talk about seeing this coach. And now I want to talk. I don't in fact think she was a coach. I think that she's the teacher's aide, a teacher's assistant. But either way, you came to find out in your investigation that that's Melody Flores.
I do know.
You're right, that he was speaking to. So I want to go through and talk about a few of the things he told you. So he told you, for one, that he was at the high school, well, he's at what they call Mexican Park, which is with the seniors, because they were having a senior awards day or something, some senior fun day or something going on at Mexican Park, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then he hears that there's a crash at the elementary school, outside the school. And then he hears that there's a person that has a gun that's going towards the school. Right? That's what he tells you.
He makes two separate statements. I believe the first one is man with a gun. And then while he's en route to Robb Elementary, he's running towards the school.
Well, and I guess if you, I don't know, is because part of your investigation, regardless of how everything seems now, your investigation wasn't to investigate him, it was just to get his statement about what happened that day.
That's correct.
Right? So, just like with the other maybe 50 officers you investigated that aren't charged in this case, you weren't intending to investigate them, you were intending to find out as witnesses what happened that day. Right?
That's correct.
Right. And as far as the dispatch, as part of that, I'm assuming you probably didn't at the time, you didn't go like listen to the dispatch to follow up to see if that's really what was going out over the radio.
No, I did not.
Okay. And I guess to this day you haven't done that.
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. But do you know from
Okay, so they have this officer here who is claiming that he investigated the officer-involved shooting, but he did not listen to the dispatch to corroborate Adrian's story. I have no idea who was in charge here from before the incident to after the incident and the investigation.
just from your knowledge now, because I know that the Rangers spend a lot of time investigating this, and eventually have some shared knowledge about what happened, either through the reports, the committee reports, the Uvalde ISD report, all the reports that don't have him guilty of anything at all. But in reviewing all of those things, have you been able to see that this radio traffic actually that's what was being radioed out, that there was a first a wreck, oh my gosh, somebody's wrecked. Then there's, oh my gosh, this person has a gun. And then Adrian told you that he heard a lady got shot in the head about 2 blocks away, also while he was en route, right?
Correct.
And we know that was the shooter's grandmother that he
Yes.
shot in the face.
Yes.
Okay. So all of this is going on in his head, and he tells you that he responded. He took action. You agree with that?
Correct, he responded.
Right. And took action. That's taking action.
Yes.
All right. Now let's talk about what else is taking action. Put this up here for you, please. Let's go to this one first. Let's do the back. Okay, so I'm gonna come up here with you. So what Adrian is explaining to you in this interview is that he's receiving this information, and he did not say, I'm gonna stay here, I'm not doing anything about it. He got in his car and he responded as you would expect him to do, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then what he tells you, because the phrase and the language that he says is, he said, well, I made a mistake, but I want to talk about whether or not he really made a mistake in this situation with what he knew. So he says he's coming down this street, and he tells you that this gate has been left open, right? This is the teacher gate.
That's correct.
And this would be a teacher gate that goes into the teacher parking lot on the west side, which is what he explained that the teachers in this building would park here, access that parking lot through this gate. And it's supposed to be closed, but when he pulled up, he noticed 2 things. There's a truck in the culvert, and this gate is open.
That's correct.
Right. And then he noticed a third thing. Somebody was running towards the school up here. And he saw that. He told you he saw somebody running towards the school.
Said he saw a person running. Whether or not it was towards the school or away from the school, that was never said in the interview. But I agree that he saw a person running.
Saw a person running. Now, you're a police officer. It's been dispatched. Now remember, on the dispatch, it doesn't say that they have a long rifle. I'm sorry, block. It doesn't say the person has a long rifle, it says the person has a gun. Now, a gun to you can mean a long rifle, right?
Correct.
Could also mean, yeah, thank you.
Correct, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine, I think we can move it a little bit, because I know it's been on for every witness to do that. Maybe that's all. So, a long rifle is a gun, but a handgun's also a gun.
Correct.
Now, if, and we can just talk about the difference, if it had been described as a person's running with a long rifle, maybe if you see a person running that doesn't have a long rifle, maybe you can exclude that person as a person who is the threat or is the danger, right? You would agree with that?
Yes.
Because it's hard to hide a long rifle, from view. If you can see both their hands and they don't have a rifle sticking out somewhere, you can go, okay, that may not be the person. Let me look and try to find somebody else that looks like they have a rifle, right?
That's correct.
Right. But if you only know that they're running towards the school with a gun, a person running can have that gun right here in their pants. They can have it in their hand. They can have it in a pocket. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't be able to know if that person had a gun or not, right?
Correct.
Okay. So he comes and he sees this. He says, this is not my concern, because my concern is that I've been told that somebody with a gun is running towards the school and I can see a person running, right?
Correct.
Now, his language, one of the things he says is, he's talking about her as if it's a she, but he tells you that at the time, I'm saying it now because I know now that it was a she, but at the time, I did not know it was a she. She had short hair, I didn't recognize the person, and I believed what he's telling you by having tunnel vision, and I tunneled in on her, which he's saying her, but he didn't know her at the time. You agree with that?
Correct.
Right. I tunneled in on her. So what he's doing is you have an officer that believes that a person with a gun is running towards the school, and he takes action. You agree with that?
Correct.
Right. Because he drives down here. Did you see the video of the funeral home, like how fast he's driving on this dirt road to get to this person?
I remember seeing the video.
I mean, his car is going, he's going like 50 miles an hour down this road to try to get to her. So he goes all the way where we see the car. Nico, can you back it up? Left or right? Left. Goes all the way to here. And he tells you that this is where he stopped. That he stopped his vehicle where he finally met the person who was running. Right? He said, where you see my vehicle here is where I stopped my vehicle at the time. And meaning that it wasn't like he stopped like here and then somebody moved it up here. He stopped it here, and you can agree with that.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So now we know that has put him on the far south and east side of the building. Right?
Yes.
All right, now, what he described is he said, I made a mistake, I got tunnel vision. So first of all, tunnel vision means you have identified, and it can happen, not always, but when you identify a threat and you have tunnel vision, you start focusing specifically on the threat. That can happen with tunnel vision.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, all these questions, it's weird, it's cross-examination, so the rules say I could just ask you and kind of put a little question mark on the end of it. But if you don't agree with me, please say no. But what I'm asking is that with tunnel vision, and you're zeroing in on a threat, what that means is that you're excluding things like in the periphery, right?
Correct.
So if I perceive you as a threat, all of a sudden, like right now, I can see that you're out of the corner of my eye and out of the side of my eye. I can see them. I can't see them well, and I can't see their faces. But I can at least see that there's people over here. If you pulled out a gun, I wouldn't see those people anymore. I wouldn't see this anymore. I'd be zeroed in tunnel vision.
That's a possibility.
Right.
Yes.
And that's a common possibility, common enough that law enforcement is trained on. Right?
Yes.
Thank you. So, yeah, and so let's talk about it. He said I made a mistake, but really he was mistaken about who the person was and what their intents were, or what their intent was as they were running. You agree with that?
Can you reword the question?
Yeah, he said, because he told you, well, I made a mistake and I got tunnel vision. Well, it's not a mistake to have tunnel vision, because that happens to us without us wanting to have it happen to us, right?
Correct.
Right, it's like it's an involuntary thing that happens when you're responding to a threat. And so that's not him making a mistake, it's just what happened, right? Right.
That's what Mr. Gonzalez said happened.
Right, right, but but as a law enforcement officer, I'm gonna ask you, you know that if you think you see a guy running towards a school that has a gun, you're gonna get zeroed in on that person too, if that's what's been dispatched to you.
Zeroing in on a person and getting tunnel vision are two different things. I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't agree with the way you explain it.
Yeah, maybe, but that's okay. But I guess what I'm saying is that any reasonable law enforcement officer who's been dispatched and the person says they are running towards the school with a gun, if they see it, I'll tell you, this is where she was running, she fell down. If they see somebody running towards the school with a gun, well, with what they think is a gun, you're gonna go to that person.
I agree.
Right. You're not gonna dilly-dally around here and this person's now running into that building and shooting kids.
Correct.
Right, you're gonna go right to that person until you figure out they're not a threat.
Correct.
Right, and say it is the person with the gun. You will have choices, like I'm about to run this person over, or about to stop this car and, have to get out and engage with this person. Right? Those are the options. If he is correct, then this is the shooter. This is the person going towards the school. He's going towards there to get into a conflict with this person, right?
Correct.
Right. He's going there to engage, to distract, to delay, to use whatever he can use at his disposal to stop this person from going into the school. That's the assumption you can make.
Yes.
Right.
Well, it's not an assumption. It's what you're supposed to do. That's the foundation of alerts training.
That's right.
Is you isolate, you distract, and you neutralize.
Right. Isolate, distract, neutralize. Had this person been the gunman, Adrian's going to isolate, distract, and neutralize.
That's correct.
And, I mean, you believe that, right? And, I mean, I believe it, and I think everybody else here knows that that's the reason he's down here. And he's consistently said that to you and and we've gotten it out for other witnesses.
Correct.
Yeah, and so when I said he's mistaken, what that means is that factually it wasn't the gunman. But with all the information that he had at the time, that is a smart maneuver. That is a smart thing to do, is to go to the person you believe is the threat. That's law enforcement.
Correct.
Right. The day after, somebody may be beating themselves up about it, because what we know now through the witness is the guy's in here in the parking lot, and he drove right past them, right? But did you review the testimony, or not necessarily the testimony, but as part of your investigation from the funeral home director who was calling it in and got shot at by the gunman, and he's across the street? I'll just tell you, he testified to the jury that the gunman was down between two cars, and there's no way Adrian could have seen him, because he could see him and he could see the cop, but he could see that the cop couldn't have seen the gunman. Did you know that?
No.
Okay. But the gunman now is hidden in this parking lot. He has gone this way.
Yes. When the gunman entered the parking lot, he was kind of crouching, and the funeral home had a really good view of this because they're directly across the street from this kind of view of the class, so they were seeing it directly head on. So the funeral director, the first witness in this case, was actually able to kind of see head on and was trying to talk to the three officers kind of posted up by the door. Hey, he's moving toward you. He's moving toward the school. He's shooting out the windows. So there were a lot of people who didn't catch this man and where he was.
At the time that he gets out, he tells you he's talking to her, and then she starts to tell him he's over on the west side, like in the teacher parking lot on the west side. He's wearing all black, right? Is that what you remember from the interview? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, go ahead and take the water. So, that's another thing. Had the description come out over the radio to him, or let's say to you if you were responding, and they said, person with the gun is wearing all black, well, this lady up here in orange or red, that's not the person you're going for, right?
Correct.
Right. But it didn't, and it's nobody's fault that it didn't. But in these kind of situations, information comes in bits and pieces, and you have to do the best you can with what you have. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as the shooter though, we know from the shell casings that he's firing into these windows along the side of the building. Now, if that's happening, it is consistent with what he's saying that the witness told him, that it's in the teacher parking lot, right? It's also consistent with him thinking that the gunshots are coming from behind the building, like somewhere, but he doesn't know where because he can't see. Now, he's here, this guy's here. Did you review the radio traffic that when he calls out that the guy's on the west side of the building, wearing all black, the second before he calls that out, the guy's already entered the building? Did you see that happened?
I never reviewed the radio traffic.
And fair is fair. But because there was another part of the interview is that he's saying, and I know you were pointing to the diagram you made a map. I don't even have it. Did you ever get that over to the DA's office?
Yes, sir.
Or was that the one you sent over? Yeah. I think I hadn't remembered that we got it, but it was one of those you sent over. I apologize. So talking about the map, because one of the things you said was, or one of the things he said, I never went in until I got coverage over here. I think he was pointing to the south side of the building. You heard him say that in the interview?
My understanding is that he went in through the south door, and he meant coverage on the west door. Because he's calling over Lieutenant Mariano Vargas in that large SUV, but for some reason Lieutenant Vargas keeps driving. Donald Page comes over to him on the south door with Mr. Gonzalez, and Lieutenant Mariano Vargas ends up on the west side.
Well, you know that as a law enforcement maneuver, sometimes, so for instance, let's go back up here and look real quick. For instance, let's just imagine, let's imagine this, you see this little person right here?
Yes.
It's hard to see, but small. Well, imagine shooter, or in this location. There is a law enforcement maneuver where you could, you have one person in a car, a big car, like you were saying, where you would have the car kind of roll up this side to try to provide coverage with somebody behind the engine block, that if they take fire, they're taking fire into the vehicle. That is a maneuver that you've heard of before, or have you not?
Using a vehicle as cover, yes. That particular scenario, no.
Right, like rolling the car real slow, and then as you roll the car real slow, he can pop, 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 he can
I
pump
understand
it.
what you're trying to say.
You see what I mean? You can
Yes.
pump into the car, but you can kind of pop it over. Well, the reason you would want a bigger car for that is you want a bigger engine block, because the engine block, as we know, is the only thing that can block or stop around like the one that he was firing. If even that does, but it's the only thing on a car that really will, because everything else is going to go through it like Swiss cheese.
No, not necessarily. I think that's more of an opinion.
Okay.
And I've been in trains where we've used the pillars to the cars, which is the pillars that holds the windshield, the front door, the passenger door, and we've shot multiple rounds, including practice ammo, duty ammo, and it'll stop it. But
Yeah.
I think that's just a,
I guess I'm thinking a pillar, though, is probably what you're talking about. It's probably about that wide.
yes, but you can.
Yeah, your pillars. I mean, and I've looked at all the deputies that were there that day. There were not a lot of skinny minis among them. So yeah, you have a slight bit of coverage.
Double them up and use them as cover, because it's, if you stand at an angle, the pillars are wide. My point is that the engine block is not the only thing
Okay.
that'll stop a bullet,
But let's talk about
especially
this.
at 223.
Yeah, let's talk about this, though. Doors, probably not good. If you can shoot through a door with a firearm like that.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, window, you gotta agree with the window. So you shoot through a window with a firearm like that. You
A
don't
regular
agree?
vehicle, non-ballistic window, I agree with you.
Right. So I don't know, like ballistic window, you're talking about like what we would call.
Bulletproof glass.
Well, yeah, bulletproof glass. right?
Okay,
Sure.
just to be clear.
Yeah, not bulletproof glass. I don't think that most.
Are police cruisers or police vehicles fitted standard with bulletproof glass? I really don't know. So, genuine question.
I don't think that most police cars don't have bulletproof glass in them. Do you? I mean, is that your experience? I don't know.
I don't either.
Like, what about yours that you drive with the Rangers? Is that both?
No, sir, no.
Right. I didn't figure. So really what I'm talking about is like, I mean, let's just talk about a regular car, right? Like, bullets go through glass, yes.
Yes.
They do teach you like, hey, if you're kind of standing next to you're just like standing next to your door, rounds can go through a door. I mean,
You guys, I will be very interested. I probably won't watch it until the morning, but watch if you are interested in ballistic expert opinion on this. Runkle of the Bailey does nightly update streams where he kind of speeds through a lot of this, but then goes over and explains a lot of what they're talking about. So he might be able to call BS, but definitely I am awaiting Runkle's in going insane about this case and what happened today.
you don't even have to have a rifle for that. I've seen 9mm rounds go through a door in a car. You agree with that? That they can?
I'll take your word for it. It's possible.
Okay, I mean, yeah, because as a prosecutor, a long time ago, prosecuted murder cases where, I mean, I see them. The guy got shot in the car through the door, right? And you've never seen a case like that?
Yes.
Okay, so you know too that bullets can go through doors. But the engine block, the reason why is because the engine block is big, it's steel, it's got a lot of, I guess, mass to it. And the more mass and the more steel and the more things you have like that, the more likely to block a round. With that.
I agree with you.
Okay. So all I'm saying is a maneuver like that, if they think that they're challenging somebody here in the parking lot who has a rifle, and he has, they have pistols. Did you ask him, y'all giving rifles? He said, nope, we don't. We don't have any rifles, right?
Correct.
Okay, and Nico's asked the question, and I'll ask you. I mean, if you are in a situation where there's a gunman and you have your firearm, would you rather be the one with the rifle or the pistol?
I'd rather be the one with the rifle.
Right, especially outside. Maybe not in like very close quarters, but outside, any of that, the rifle, longer range and more accuracy. You would agree with that?
Correct.
Okay. So, however, if the belief is that the person is here, that's one thing that can happen with a bigger vehicle. But I wanted to point out, as part of that is that I didn't go in until I got covered. That doesn't necessarily mean I was waiting for cover until I went in. Do you see what I mean by that?
Can you explain that again?
Yeah,
Excuse me.
so in one scenario, I didn't get in until I got cover means I wasn't gonna go in. I didn't go in until I got cover means I wasn't going in until I had cover officers there. One scenario. The other scenario is I didn't go in until I got cover, which is just placing it in time when he went in. Do you see? Is there a difference or a distinction?
I don't think I can tell you what his intent was when he said he didn't go in, because then I'd be assuming this is what he meant.
Yes. Well, that's really where I want to get, because, you know, and this isn't on you, but you could have asked a follow-up question. What do you mean by that? Were you actually waiting for cover before you went in, or did you just not, at the same time that you're seeing the bullet come out of the window, which determined that, okay, now we know that the person is inside the school? Are all these things kind of happening at the same time, and then your cover's arriving as well as at the time that you noted the location? I mean, you could have followed that up, but you didn't in the end.
Correct.
Right, okay. So, and what's important about talking about seeing around come out of that east side glass is that, first of all, I'm gonna be up and down a lot, I'm sorry. Is that first of all, if he were in, because this is, I don't know if you saw it later, this is where Donald Page's vehicle ended up parked, kind of right here, kind of even with this outboard. Did you know that, the other police officer?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, we'll see stuff that'll show that Page is kind of in this area. But what I want to point out is that anybody standing in this area can't see rounds coming out of this window because their view is blocked by the building, right?
You're saying that they're standing on the south side of the building?
Yeah, like right here. Because if I'm standing here, even with this door, and rounds start coming out of these windows here, I will not be able to see the rounds coming out of the window because of the black. I can maybe hear it, but you can't see it because there's a building there. You see what I mean?
I'd have to get a better angle, or a better view of another angle, because I can't give you an accurate answer from
Sure,
that
no,
angle.
I get it. So let me do it like this. If I am, we're talking about a building, so we're talking about big. So if I am a person in a building, I'm standing on this side of the building, right? This is the side of the south side, let's say, south side. And these windows are here, rounds are coming out there. If I'm standing here on the south side, blocked by the building, I'm not going to be able to have that line of sight across the windows to see rounds coming out of that. Do you agree?
Correct.
The defense has been incredibly good at taking everyday objects in the courtroom and giving a visual display to the jury. They seem to be aware that people intake information in multiple ways, and they've done a really good job of breaking down some of these law enforcement concepts and some of these things that they're trying to describe in an easy to understand visual way for the jury. They brought in a orange force multiplier for the police to demonstrate some of the techniques to get in cover and move around corners. So the defense has been exceedingly good at making this case very simple, clarifying, trying to make things simple for the jury to understand, while the state has been throwing spaghetti at the wall and with the gusto of a toddler.
Okay. And that's kind of, because we've been out there, we kind of looked at all this, and that's how that school is. I know you've been out there too. But, and my only point to make with that is to say, when he told you, he said, look, I'm seeing rounds come, I see something flying out of the glass on the east side. He's still up here, because up here, you do have line of sight to what's coming out of that building.
That's correct.
Right. And he tells you he goes down because Page has come up, and he goes down to Page. They meet here, and they go in the south door, along with, I think, two other people, the chief and somebody else, is what he said, right? Coronado.
Correct.
Right, so Coronado, they do that. And you've seen that hallway. You saw the hallway at the time that they're moving through the hallway, that they're going down the hallway, both south and in from the north. Like video, or do you have it? I don't know.
I haven't seen that video.
Okay. Have you heard, or did you interview anybody? Did you interview like Donald Page or anybody else who were the first people to go in the building when they knew the gunshot were in the building?
I don't remember interviewing Donald Page. I
Anybody?
remember I interviewed Eduardo Canales, Uvalde Police Department.
Okay, so Canales, what about anybody that, what about the two that were shot in the exchange of gunfire with the gunman, with the shooter?
I don't remember if I did.
Was that Canales in the leg? So one got in the leg and one got it in the head. It kind of grazed it. Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay. And that occurred, and Adrian told you that as part of the interview, that he that they went in, that they figured out that shots were coming inside the school, and they went into the school. He told you that.
Can you repeat the question?
He told you that he, along with the other officers, he said he figured it out because he figured out this guy is not on the west side of the building in the teacher parking lot. He's inside the school because there's a bullet coming out of the school.
Correct.
Right. So he starts going to Paige. Paige comes in, and he goes in with Paige, and they go into that school building to the south side.
Correct.
That's action. You agree with that?
Correct.
Because, and you could probably attest to this, because that would be terrifying, to be in a hallway with a gunman with a rifle. That is a scary situation for anyone to be,
Correct.
who's intent on killing you.
Yes.
Right. So, regardless of how that feels, he took action and he went down that hallway. But one of the ways you asked the question, you said, did anyone say, we need to go down this hallway, and we need to find each.
Damn it, JKD Buck. Now I can't unsee it. Damn it. He is, in fact, Yukon Cornelius from the stop animation movies of, I think, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
He said no. Now, and it goes back to like, parse out the question. They could be going down the hallway to find the shooter, but no one said that that's what they were doing. Do you see what I mean by that?
Yes.
Right. So, because your question was specific. Did anyone say we need to go down the hallway and find the shooter? The answer is no. But that could be because no one said that. They were just doing it. You see what I mean?
Possibility. Yes.
Because why else are they in the hallway advancing towards the room where they think the shooter is? Right?
Yes.
And I say that, and it's not because, like I said, at the time, you weren't investigating him, and you weren't necessarily asking some of those follow-up questions, and did not know we would be sitting here years later talking about it in court. But I guess the idea that he's in that hallway and the shooter doesn't completely emerge from the classroom, but the gun comes out of the classroom and shoots two of the officers that are in that hallway, right?
I don't think that's accurate, that the gun came out of the classroom? Are you saying that the suspect actually
He didn't come out, the gun came out.
pushed the muzzle out of the classroom and fired rounds?
Maybe. Maybe I'm wrong with that.
That's an assumption. I don't have enough information to give you a correct yes or no. That if I answered that question,
Call me crazy, but you claimed checks notes. Back in 8. You claimed to be an investigator. Just asking for a friend. I mean, I hate to sound like a bitch, but what the hell did you investigate? Also, I get the sinking suspicion that Adrian Gonzalez was never interviewed again. They just figured we're going to charge him.
I'm giving you an assumption that happened.
I
My
mean,
understanding was that when I spoke to Mr. Gonzalez, the suspect was shooting through the walls.
Through the walls?
Yes, from inside the classroom.
But what Adrian said, well, he did shoot through the walls at some point, because Adrian said that like he could see like plaster whizzing out my page, right? He says that to you in the interview.
Yes, correct. Piece of sheetrock flew out towards.
And that would be consistent with him shooting, the gunman shooting through the wall, right?
Correct.
But Adrian also told you that the officers coming from the north, that they were trying to peek into the classroom. And he said he was trying to peek in, and I don't know what happened, but then shots started coming in their direction, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And those things are loud, and shot about, I think he said 7 to 9 times.
Correct.
Right. So, at the time that we're talking about that hallway, it seems to me that there are 5 or 6 people in the hallway, officers in the hallway.
About 6 or 7.
Okay, 6 or 7. So now Adrian is not the only the only officer that's on the scene. There are other officers. They are advancing towards a gunman. The gunman is using his gun to back them off, to try to keep them back. He's laying down fire at them. Right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, the gunman, the shooter, this monster, being aware that there are now officers in the hallway. So I'm going to walk through that. The gunman being aware that there are officers in the hallway, he knows now he can't come out of those rooms without meeting the officers in the hallway, right? You have to assume.
I can't answer that question because I never spoke to the suspect. I don't know what his train of thought was or what his mental status was.
You know what he's asking. You know what he's asking. Don't be a yutz. He is asking if you put yourself in your perspective. This is the problem. This is what Tim Pool talks about all the time. You have a certain aspect of people that if you ask them how they would feel if they didn't eat breakfast, will look at you deadpan and say, I did have breakfast. I don't know how that feels. The gunman is now aware that police are aware of his location and there is only one exit. Yes or no?
Yeah, I'm not saying necessarily him. I don't think you or anybody should be trying to get into a mind that's sick and diseased. But what I'm saying is that anybody, just a human being who sees, oh, there's police officers now in the hallway, would know there ain't any other way out except out through those windows, or I got to come through the door, or they're going to come through it. But that's a reasonable expectation. The officer's going to come in.
Yes, I agree
Right.
with that.
And you know from your investigation, you know that when they finally did breach, that the shooter was posted up in that closet directly across from the door of 111.
Correct.
And he was intent. I mean, the reason he was there, he was hiding himself, and he was there with his gun, obviously trained on the door. You know that.
Correct.
Right. Waiting to be a cop killer, wanting to be a cop killer. Right?
Correct.
Okay. So now, Adrian's mere presence alone with these other officers have shown the suspect that there are officers in the hallway and that he is now contained. These two rooms are the only rooms he can go to.
Correct.
Okay. Then, so that's, at some point, that's containment. As well as, he does it, you would agree that nobody in that position would know when the breach is going to happen outside. There's no way for them to know inside when the breach is going to happen.
Correct.
Right. So, there's a possibility that he crawled in there and stayed in there waiting for the officers for as long as it took to breach, because he wanted to be ready to be a cop killer. There's possibility.
It's a possibility, yes.
Right. And if that is a possibility, he didn't go to the other room and shoot any more of those children in 112. If he's posted up waiting and wanting to kill a police officer coming in, because he doesn't know when.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't want to be caught out, not getting his chance to be a cop killer as well. That's a possibility.
It's a possibility.
Right. And so, there's a lot of things that people said, but the action, at least getting down the hallway and at least taking the shooter's fire and letting them know that they were there, could have been beneficial to help some of the kids that were in 112. Could have been.
Yes.
By distracting him, because now he's distracted by, now I want to go and get these guys instead of going over to 112 again and looking to see if there's anybody who's playing dead, which we know that they were.
It's
Right?
possible, yes.
Okay, so and regardless of who you are, somebody's firing right.
That is a wonderful point. That is a point that hasn't been brought up before in this trial, that their distraction, they in fact distracted him, and there were children that survived, unfortunately not in the gentleman teacher's room 111, but in room 112 there were children that had been injured but were playing dead, and this absolute monster had been going up and around and checking. He had shot the teacher already, and then he went back to shoot him again in the back after he shot the children in room 111. So it does seem like a crass thing, and the defense has to be so incredibly careful and gentle with how he words these things, because he is aware, and he has been, this entire defense team has been very aware and cognizant that the parents are right behind them. They haven't been aggressive or anything, but they have pushed for the truth, and I think they've done a good job.
In a hallway where you're at, it's a scary situation for whoever you are.
Correct.
Police officer, regular person, it's hard, it's scary, right?
Correct.
Okay. At the time, he told you that at some point, because their radios don't break inside the school. Now, that is a situation that a police officer does not create. They do not create having crappy radios that don't work inside of a building that they're supposed to be in there protecting, right? He didn't create that.
Correct.
Right. And radioing for backup, you would agree is necessary. He said, I tried to alert every agency that I could find, and we know that almost every agency there responded.
Correct.
Right. So he has to leave the school in order to make the radio work, though. He has to back out of the hallway and make the radio work.
Yes.
Okay. And that's not normal. Like you would want your police officers to have their radio working wherever they are inside of the school.
We want to, yes.
Right. Because that's your lifeline. That's how you communicate to each other what a threat is. It's how you communicate for backups and reinforcement and things like that, right?
Yes.
I mean, in a situation like that, an officer who doesn't have access to a radio is at a disadvantage.
Yes.
Ranger Ryan Kendall, he was there, but did he go in with the breach team?
No, he did not.
Okay. So the time that he was there, but not rushing to the door and trying to breach into that door.
I can't tell you.
It's also very important that the defense continue to remind the jury that Adrian Gonzalez wasn't the only officer there. There were plenty of officers up to and including Texas Rangers, SWAT team, that didn't move either. Because why aren't they being charged?
I can't testify to what he did.
Okay, but you know he wasn't on the breach team.
He was not on the breach team.
Got it. And we heard from one of the other officers that was, which, I mean, no doubt, it's incredibly brave and good thing to do for them to have done, because, as we've heard, Wayne Jackson was on the end of the stick from Border Patrol and he got shot in the head, by the shooter.
Correct.
And you knew that. And you also, I'm sorry, is it?
Just bad water.
Yeah, okay. And the shield person in front, like they went in behind the shield person took rounds on the shield from the shooter as they were coming in the door.
Correct.
All right. Without the shield, that would have just been rounds inside of him.
Correct.
Right. And depending on where they, shoot in the head, yeah, but if they have a rifle-rated vest, they can perhaps survive it, right?
Correct.
If they don't have a rifle-rated vest, those rounds will go through a pistol-rated vest.
I would assume so.
Yeah. So a dead police officer cannot help anybody else. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So so there were, because we talked to the guy who actually went in, he thought his daughter might have been in the classroom. Arrived at the school, figured out what was happening, and he said he arrived at 11:56 and the breach team went in at 12:50. So even a person who went in and thought this is the last moment I'm spending on planet Earth because this guy's about to shoot me, even that person, there was almost an hour before he went in, and that's what he testified to. And is that consistent with what was going on with the other officers that you interviewed on the scene or that your other Rangers interviewed?
I can't speak on the behalf of the other Rangers what their interviews. Can you reword the question?
Yeah, so his experience of even perhaps having his daughter inside of that classroom, not knowing if she were in that classroom or not, and being, I'll tell you what, no doubt being a brave police officer, because he did put his life on the line to go in that room. But even he was waiting 50 minutes or so from the time he arrived to the time that they breached. Is that consistent with the other people that you interviewed? But there was that wait time.
I can't answer that question because I don't have the exact times of when officers arrived and when they didn't.
Okay. But you would also agree that a wait time of that long, it was waiting for what you understand is they were trying to get a breach team together that had the proper equipment that could breach in there without getting themselves killed.
That was my understanding, yes.
Now so now, looking at defense 10, I don't know if I did remind you, you said you did not know that the three officers were there, but you do know now. Is that a fact?
Yes.
Okay. So 3 officers here. Shooter goes into the west entrance here, and then they drive all the way around the building to this. I'll show you here. They drive all the way. Shooter goes in the building, and they drive all the way around here and come up through here. Did you know that they had done that? So all
Can you
the-
repeat that?
Yeah. So they're here. They're basically at the. Let me make sure I got. Orient myself. Okay. Funeral home. This intersection right here. At this intersection, they're in a. Like their cars are in a formation, I guess, and ducking because they think people are shooting at them, or somebody is. So the shooter goes in this door, this entrance, and they drive around here, and then they run up through here and go into the south door. Did you know that as part of?
No.
Okay. It'd be weird.
Wait. I have to write this down because, look, I'm directionally challenged. So officers that had a clear and open view of suspect see him going through this door right here, then decide to drive butt fuck all the way around here to go into the back door? Okay, let this man explain this again so I can be sure I wasn't smelling burnt toast.
Drive around here, and then they run up through here and go into the south door. Did you know that as part of?
No.
Okay. It'd be weird, right, to see somebody with a gun go into school and then drive around the school and then come up through there, right?
I don't know what their intention was in doing so.
Well,
You'd
yeah.
have to make an assumption that that's what happened.
Sure, but you would expect this like, you know, you'd be driving right up through that door and then rushing through the door after the shooter. That's what your alert training says.
Correct?
Right. It would say you get from here to here and you run in there and you do whatever you can do with the shooter.
Correct.
With whatever you have. All right. And that's because you've seen it with your eyes and you've seen what's happening and you have to follow up on it. Now, in this particular situation, there was a wreck that happened first, right?
Yes.
Now, in your interviews with your officers, did you interview Uvalde specific officers or teachers or anybody there that talked about the bailouts that happened basically all the time in Uvalde at that time?
Yes, I did.
And did they talk to you about that it was with such frequency? It was happening so often that people were getting desensitized to it. Like, it's another bailout. Oh, like, you know, it's another person. Oh, we got to shut down the school or do lockdown. Did you get that idea or that sense from the people that you interviewed?
I don't specifically remember if it happened, how often it happened, but there was an interview that I conducted where they mentioned that it was an area where there was a lot of bailouts related to human smuggling. And then once in a while, the school would go on lockdown because of it.
Right. And so, so just talking about that, if there's a separate, like, and nobody's saying it's right in hindsight. Obviously, in hindsight, there's all kinds of stuff that everybody, probably including you, would have done differently. But if there's that experience of these bailouts, and then there's a wreck, and then somebody's jumped out, right? Then, if you have that many, it can seem, or people can believe, law enforcement can believe that I'm dealing with one of those again, right?
Well, that goes back to educators and law enforcement with complacency.
Yeah.
And it's a responsibility of every officer not to be complacent, treat every individual incident like.
The officers weren't complacent. They had no idea that this school routinely and habitually left doors unlocked. The officers didn't know that and couldn't have trained to know, couldn't be aware of it because it was hidden by the administration. The officers weren't complacent.
It might be an example, an active shooter or a person just trespassing on a school premises. So they shouldn't be taken lightly.
I agree with that. And, you know, like and it's true. But, you know, complacency, like, if somebody's experienced something over and over again, I'm not saying, you know, Adrian's one of the ones that has responded to that thing like there's a school shooter. He's the one that's running to where he thinks the danger is. He's driving directly towards what he thinks is a threat. You agree with that?
I agree.
Based on what you've heard. And then going into the hallway of a person that has a rifle, when he tells you, I see that this guy, there's a shot coming out of that window.
Wait a minute. Does his coat have an orange lining? Sorry, I get a little tismy and I keep seeing orange pop through. And if he has an orange lining on that, that is awesome. Okay, anywho.
When I go up the hallway with these other guys, we go into the school, into the hallway where the guy with the rifle we think is located around.
Correct.
Right. Both times, trying to go towards the thing that could kill him. And he's doing that in those two situations that we talked about. Right?
Correct.
Okay. So I guess what I mean is with complacency, it's not just, I'm not talking about Adrian. But I'm talking about if you have all these bailouts and things are going on all the time, if your first thought is not that they're going into the school to hurt children, but going through this school to get away from us, it's not a great thought. That's our face. I agree with you. But that can explain why they think that they're meeting them on the other side of the building, and then they come back through like, oh, he didn't come out. You see what I mean? It's not a correct thing to think. It's not a correct thing to think, perhaps, especially in hindsight. But there is no other reason than that an officer would go around this way, except they think that the guy's going to be around that way. As an officer, you would agree with that. If you're going to drive around here, it's only because the guy you saw you think is going to be around here and not inside the school shooting kids.
That's a possibility, yes.
Right. Yeah, right, because we're not defending it, right? Like, we're not defending that action or anything else, but also they're not sitting in that chair either, right? Even if, I mean, people make mistakes. Nobody charged them with any crime. And nobody charged you, and nobody charged any of the other officers that were out there. That were clearly out there for a long time while shooting was going on inside a classroom. I'm not saying you said you didn't hear any shots. But you agree that there were shots, even later on into the incident, there were shots in that classroom.
Yes, I agree with you.
Right, and officers were there and present and didn't go inside.
Correct.
All right, so you treated all of them, including Adrian, as witnesses?
Yes.
Not suspect?
Yes.
Right. It was only years later it came around and picked one and put him in his chair.
That's going to be up to the totality of circumstances.
Yeah, I agree, it's not up to you. I'll pass it on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
We'll start tying down a few details, okay? There's considerable discussion about whether or not, when Melody Flores was talking about Adrian Gonzalez, whether or not that was discussion about the shots were coming over there on the other side of the building or in the teacher's parking lot.
Correct.
How many times did Adrian Gonzalez say that Melody Flores told him about the teacher's parking lot?
About 3 times.
So it's not just on the other side of the building, it's a very specific place by the teacher's parking lot.
Correct.
And now, as to active shooter, we talked about line of sight, and we talked about sound. In an active shooter situation, what does the sound of gunfire tell you?
Where the general area where it's coming from.
Okay. And if it's at Rob's school during a school day, and you hear gunfire coming from the teacher's parking lot, is that an active shooter situation?
Yes.
Whether you see it or hear it, it's an active shooter situation.
Yes.
And if you hear it 30 seconds before somebody else, you're in a better position to know it's an active shooter situation.
Yes.
You wrote on a folder you don't have access to a yellow notebook, you yuts.
And if you hear it's an active shooter situation and you're a police officer, what are you supposed to do?
You're supposed to, the proper thing to do is isolate the suspect and then distract and then try and neutralize. So you move to the sound of gunfire as...
You move to the sound of gunfire, you
Yes.
try to distract him, try to isolate him, or try to neutralize him, take him out.
Yes.
And of course, a dead police officer would be no help to the kids in 111.
Of course.
A dead police officer would be no help to the kids in 112.
Yes.
With a police officer hearing shots all the way down the west side of the building and into the hallway and into 111 and 112, a police officer hearing all that and not moving, is that any help to those children?
He was moving. He saw the gunshots. He was in the south hallway. Where do we keep... Again, State, you have to prove that he was stationary. And if it's only coming from Melody Flores, I could give a flipping flapjack because you have no proof other than witness testimony. And the defense is going to eat her up, okay?
In 111 and 112.
No, it's not.
Is it any more help than a dead police officer?
No, it's not.
But at least you tried.
We tried. I'll just...
Oh, you mother... Again, it's these little words that they want the parents to bay for this man's blood. This is the grossest thing. This is one of the only officers who did a GD thing this entire incident. Well, I guess they tried.
Objective, it's a big question, but honestly, I don't know.
I'll sustain the objection.
Now, let me also ask you about a dead police officer. Can a police officer use this building as cover if he has specific information that the shooter is in the parking lot?
Yes, he can.
By cover, it means that he can have cover so that the gunman can't see him.
Correct.
And he can choose the time to make a quick peek to see the gunman.
The officer can use the cover as concealment also. Yes, to not be seen.
So he can definitely have an advantage by peeking when he wants to, and he certainly has not put himself in any harm's way.
Correct.
And finally, I believe the testimony that you've given us was dispatcher said, man with a gun.
Correct.
No shooting at that time.
Correct.
Difference between a man with a gun and a man shooting.
Correct.
A man that is shooting is more dangerous than simply a man with a gun,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
So when Adrian Gonzalez drove toward the person in pink,
Not pink, it was orange or red.
orange or peach, I think.
Orange or peach, yes.
Peach,
Yes.
drove
It's 2022. He went towards someone with a very short haircut and a pastel shirt working at a school. It's not beyond the realm of possibility that a male teacher at a elementary school was wearing a bright pastel color. If this woman was as butch as I think she is, then yeah, it's not a shock.
to the person with orange and peach. He had no information there'd been any shooting then, right?
That's correct.
And so he acted when all he knew was there was a man with a gun.
Correct.
Now, when the teacher tells him he's over there, he's in the parking lot, he's in black, isn't that when Adrian Gonzalez said that's when the shooting started?
Correct.
And did he act then?
He said that he started walking to the back of his vehicle, and that's when he heard the shots fired.
Walking in the back of his vehicle,
Correct.
taking cover.
He never said he was taking cover. He just said that he walked from the front to the back of his.
Did he tell you I didn't go in until I had cover?
During the interview, he makes a comment that he goes into the south building. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what his words were. I
We
hate
can
to
listen to
misquote
the
him.
tape,
Yes.
right? But when he sees Pargas's vehicle, he wants Pargas's vehicle to come over because he's got a bigger unit, correct?
That's what I understood in the interview.
For cover.
Yes.
So when Pargas gets here, he's still looking for cover from Pargas's unit.
He's looking to advance across the way because he's seeing shots go down the hallway, you yuts. God, I
Yes,
hate
that's
this
correct.
man.
And so when his supervisor, his boss arrives, and 3 other people arrive, and they're told to go in, at that time he goes in, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, he knows, and has known for some time, that there are already shots in the classroom, correct? He saw glass breaking out of the east side.
Mr. Gonzalez says that.
I got an objection to lead.
Your Honor, he's qualified him as an expert.
Well, you can't lead an expert and saying correct after every sentence.
Okay, let's sustain the objection. Rephrase it, please. Hey, y'all cut that other one loose. We're not doing it tonight. Okay.
This is the last
Yeah,
area.
either way. I can't keep staff here that long. So-
Very good. Not apologize. And so, did Adrian Gonzalez tell you anything about seeing glass come out the window?
Yes, he did.
And would that indicate that there's a shooter in the room where that glass is coming out?
That's what he believed. Yes, sir.
Not the hallway.
Can you reword that question?
The room would not be the same as the hallway.
Correct.
And he was not the first one in, correct?
No, he wasn't.
Donald Page was the first one in, correct?
Can we back up to that other question? I'm sorry. When you said that the rounds went through the window, Mr. Gonzalez says that he knew the shooter wasn't outside the building. He knew that he was inside the building. Now, not necessarily that he was in the hallway or in one of the classrooms, but that's how he was able to tell from outside to inside the building.
But he didn't go in.
Aw, it's almost like if you listen to the witness give his testimony, you'd maybe know the answer to this, jackass.
Until there were 3 people for cover.
Correct.
And he was not the first one in.
Correct.
And do you know how long it was between the time he heard the first shots and when he finally went in?
I do not.
Do you know how many children died in that period of time?
I do not know.
In an active shooter situation, most of the killing happens in the first 2 minutes, doesn't it?
I'm not aware of the information that it does.
The bulk of the lives that were lost did happen in the first 2 minutes of this case, before anyone went in.
Doesn't.
Okay, you took alert classes, right?
Yes.
And they studied the histories of how quickly those.
Again, Adrian never had the official licensed alert training per the Texas Commission of Law Enforcement Officer training log. He did not have access. The school made up their own version of alert so they didn't have to pay for it, allegedly in Minecraft.
Killings happen.
Correct.
And time is of the essence.
Correct.
Every second could cost a life.
Yes.
as the witness.
Just real quick, if you're not the first one in, but he said Donald Page hit one side of the hallway and he went down the other side.
Correct.
Right. So we're both going down the hallway, but he's on this side of the hallway and Donald Page is on the other side.
Yes.
Okay. The prosecutor is trying to mash it all into something that fits the reason this guy's sitting here.
That's what I'm trying to do, Your Honor.
Well, that's what he's trying to do.
I'm gonna
I'll
object.
send it, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
President.
Yes, Your Honor. But ultimately, a person who is going towards somebody who they believe is armed, that is a dangerous, potentially dangerous situation. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Right. I mean, so the prosecutor said, well, he didn't hear that there were shots fired, so therefore it's not dangerous. You wouldn't agree with that statement.
I didn't say that it wasn't dangerous.
Once again,
Oh my God, both of you get a Snickers and shut the hell up. Mom is done. We're turning this trial around and we're not getting a Frosty. The judge is about to take both of these lawyers out back and beat them with a shovel, just like Kevin McAllister.
ladies and gentlemen, questions are not evidence. If your recollection is different, rely on your own. Proceed.
Yeah, it's dangerous. That's what he's doing. He's going towards danger, potential danger, right?
Yes.
Right. The doors, the outer doors, inner doors, outer doors, inner doors. Those doors are locked, and the shooter has a harder time getting inside. You agree with that?
Which doors are you talking about? The
Yeah.
inside doors or the outside doors?
None of them.
Start with the outside.
The outside doors?
If they're locked, he can't get into the school, or he has a harder time doing it. You would agree?
He has a harder time getting inside the school.
Right. He'd have to maybe back up and shoot it a bunch of times, I don't know, but it would be more difficult for him to do that.
Yes.
Okay. Inside doors, that's why we tell him to lock the doors, is because inside doors, if they're locked, shooter has a harder time getting in.
Yes.
Right. And gives officers more time to delay and distract and all of those things that we talked about.
Yes, of course.
All right, now, the prosecution's own evidence shows the video, the second, when he's able to call out that the person is on the west side of the teacher parking lot, the shooter has 1 second before that already entered the building. So you can cut a pie in a field all you want, the second he got it and snuck a peek, he would have been looking at an empty side of the building because the shooter was inside of it. Did you know that from your investigation?
No, sir.
All right. But he did tell you the second, once he saw a bullet come out of the building and realized he was in the building, he started moving towards the building, from his car to where Donald Page was.
Yes.
All right. That's it, Judge. That's what.
And the time on the dispatch will say how long that distinction is that correct?
Between radio, yes, between the time Mr. Gonzalez radioed anything, it'll show that time.
So if Adrian Gonzalez knows he's in the building and then dispatches, and then we then know when he heads toward the building, that will tell us how long has passed that Adrian Gonzalez did nothing when he knew the shooter was in the building. Correct?
Correct.
And if a police officer does his job in an active shooting situation, he can prevent somebody to get into the first door. Is that correct?
In a perfect example, yes. If everything fell into place, exactly, yes.
And what does solo entry mean in an active shooter situation?
Means one officer.
Special prosecutor, the judge has already told you to hurry the F up.
Making entry into potential threat, where the potential threat is.
So, and is an officer expected to go in solo entry when there's an active shooter?
In alert training, yes.
Absolutely.
But if they haven't had alert training, then maybe not.
If the officer hasn't gone through alert training, I wouldn't expect him to follow any of the procedures because he doesn't know.
That's what.
If he taught a class on it 2 months earlier where he said solo entry should be.
No, he did not teach an alert class. He taught your fucked up hybrid that you didn't pay for. Nice try.
For, then you might expect him to go in solo.
Yes, sir.
That's the way.
I have another.
I've forgotten, are we on cross?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Direct?
I'll stop it here. I got.
We're all done?
Yes, sir.
Is he excused, not subject to recall?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're
We
gonna
want
look that
him on
up.
recall, Judge. We want him subject to recall.
All right, so we're gonna hold that other witness till 8:30 tomorrow morning. We'll do that matter outside the presence of the jury. I need the lawyers here at 8:30. Need y'all back at 9 o'clock. The rule's been invoked, sir. You are subject to recall. You know what the rule is, but please don't discuss the case with anyone other than lawyers and be available in the event of a recall.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Your excuse for today. Would everyone rise for the jury? 9 o'clock.
So we might be getting, or outside the presence of the jury earlier, or early tomorrow. It seems like there's going to be a hearing amongst the lawyers. This might be where they're going to address a mistrial. I am going to wait for my breakdown until the morning. Mr. Mo made me some dinner, and this has gone on forever. And as always, I do try to get my breakdowns to not be a tapestry of profanity, and basically me just doing this the entire time to, so I'll let myself mellow, and I should be able to give you guys an update or a breakdown video before 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. But holy goodness, what are we in for tomorrow? I don't know. You guys, why are we having a trial? I have no idea. My brain is a little bit noodly, so I am sending you guys over to Defense Diaries. It looks like they are doing a breakdown on the latest information on the dentist and his wife who were killed in Ohio. The suspect that was found, her ex-husband. They are good people, so go over there and give them some love. Thank you for hanging out with me. This is a alternately heartbreaking and tedious trial. So thank you so much for hanging out. I will be back in the morning at 8 for Mornings with Mo, and then I'll hang out with Nick for a little bit in the morning. I am going to go out on a lunch date with Mr. Mo, and then I'll be back to do afternoon. So have a wonderful evening. Thank you for hanging out and keeping me sane. And I will see you guys in the morning. Bye.